Hi, my name is Dis the Goblin. We should be live now. Hello. I am going ahead and making all my messages real quick, making sure to hit my go live. What do you mean it didn't go live? Okay. Uh, Time to set the bar and chit chat. It's the open chat. I really liked how they did that little rhyme thing. I liked it a lot. It was actually really fun for me to do that. But I am going through right now and I'm sending over this message through the Discords so that people can know that we are live and get that situated real quick. So give me just a second so we can go ahead and do that. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh boy, where is it? Community streams. Okay, so we got community streams on that one. Stream promo. I just got a message from somebody. Okay, I just got a message in there. Um, so I'm gonna go ahead and get these. What's that word? Um, get these messages sent out real quick. It shouldn't take me too long to do it. I only have a couple of servers that I'm gonna be posting it in. But today's going to be a very interesting stream. I say that because we are going to be talking about a couple different things. One of the things we're going to be doing is talking about Extra Life, the charity organization that we're going to be helping out with, as well as talking about our D&D game that we're going to be putting up soon. So give me just a second. Let me make sure I put it inside Goblin Discord. Okay. So all the messages are sent. On for loco. Mm, Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself. As long as I'm gonna go ahead and change the audio real quick on this music because it's a little high. Well, I guess it'll just be high for me. But I have it quiet for you guys, so don't worry about that. But I'm gonna mute myself real quick, and I'm gonna go ahead and do this quick chat. But I shall be back in just a second. and my mic. So now the stream can hear you. Also, chat, I don't know if you can see yet. Little update on stream. Oh my god, it would help if I actually turned on my avatar. My current avatar is just looking down, depressed. Amazing times. Also, Aaron, if you want to watch the stream at any point in time today after the interview or during the interview, it's going to be Diz the Goblin on Twitch. I can also send that in Discord.
Perfect. Perfect.
TV. Also, hey Deli. Deli's in chat, as well as a new first-time chatter. Welcome to the chat. Good afternoon and evening. So yeah, let me fix my thing. Thank you very much for the follow, Speaker of the Deep. So yeah, hello everybody. My name is Diz Goblin. If you do not know me already, I am a Goblin VTuber. I am going to be joined here today with some lovely people. I am joined by my friend Jack Reckham, who has been on here before. Jack, say hi.
Howdy, how's it going?
It would help if you could be on the screen. I don't know why you just keep freaking going everywhere else, but not the front.
You just don't want them to see me at school.
No, for some reason you're like super tiny. Oh, it's also because I locked the collab thing. There we go. And there's Jack Reckham, everybody. And then we're also joined by the lovely Aaron, who is one of our friends from Extra Life. Say hi, Aaron.
Hello, everybody. Hi, friends and new friends.
So, Aaron, we are going to be talking about a couple things today. We're going to be talking about Extra Life mostly for the most part, because you are, like I said, you're our friend that we've met jointly at an event for Extra Life, and you've been really helping us out a lot with what's the word? With getting us in touch with a lot of things that could help us better influence our grasp in helping out Extra Life. So we do really appreciate that, and I really appreciate you being on here today.
Absolutely. Happy to be here.
That's great. That's great. So, I'm just gonna go ahead. I get this any quieter. There we go. That's a great volume. Also chat, if music is too loud, please let me know and I will adjust it. So we're gonna just talk about a couple questions. I already sent you some earlier today, so we'll go through that. The main thing that I want to make sure that everybody is aware of, because I've been posting this on Twitter for the last couple weeks because I've been just obsessed with this week so much, is what exactly is Extra Life? Because I might be saying this all over the place, like Extra Life this, Extra Life that, and all that kind of stuff, but it only helps if people understand what exactly it is, and we're wondering if you can better explain that.
Absolutely. Extra Life is, first of all, it's absolutely amazing and beautiful. And if you don't know about it, you're going to get to know about it and you're going to love it. So, what Extra Life does is it takes gamers of any kind, whether you stream, whether you're tabletop, whether you LARP, anything like that, and it joins everybody together to help raise money for a local hospital. So the most beautiful thing happens, and we as gamers get to help children, and we get to create this beautiful community of people as we work to bring joy into hospitals where there's not always joy. Now, at a children's hospital, we're a little bit different because there's a lot of joy that goes on there, even in the midst of what's going on. Um, but with Extra Life, it is such a great experience to really take part in, because it doesn't matter how you game, whether you're console, PC, whether you're tabletop. I mean, whether you even want to put like a poker tournament together, which I've had people do. I had somebody do a oh gosh, like a home run derby. I don't know why you'd want to,
That's
like
awesome.
hit that many baseballs. That sounds horrendous, but they did it. And it was fantastic. So much like running a 5K or like Relay for Life or something along those lines, you sign up for Extra Life and choose your hospital. The beauty is you get to choose whatever hospital you want. Locally here in Fort Worth, we have the amazing Cook Children's right here. Um, and you play any type of game on any platform. and you raise awareness and funds through a personal donation drive link. And the best part is 100% of what you raise comes directly to the hospital. I can pull a report at the hospital that tells me exactly how much you guys raise for us, which is unlike any other nonprofit out there. So 100% goes to our kiddos at the hospital.
Which has honestly always been such an amazing, like, mind-bending thing to me, because I've always, like, like growing up, especially in my younger adult ages, it was going to help out in all these kind of charities and, like, donating to a couple things, and not being quite sure about, like, how much exactly is going to the cause that we're trying to raise money for. And I just enjoy and love the fact that Extra Life is super upfront with it, and being that it's like 100% of what you donate. It could be a penny to, like, whatever you donate, all of that is going to be going to that children medical hospital that you're trying to help out, which I honestly find so freaking amazing.
Absolutely. And it's not just you're there just for one hospital. I mean, I worked with you guys when you were raising funds for a different hospital. So it's not just me only out there for Cook Children's. We, as a network with Children's Miracle Network, there's 170 hospitals that are inside this network in the United States and Canada. So out
Hmm.
of those 170 hospitals, you could be anywhere, not only in the continental United States, you could be in Paris and raising funds. You could be anywhere in the world and raising funds if you have some kind of connection to whatever that hospital may be. Now, a lot of people are local here and they raise funds, but I also have people that are outside of the state that raise money for Cook Children's, and
Hmm.
it's beautiful. We are the only business that I know that is working our hardest to go out of business, because if we go out of business, that means that our children are healthy and they no longer have to fight cancer. They no longer have type 1 diabetes. They no longer have to deal with all of the things that go on in their lives that healthy individuals don't always have to think about.
Yeah, which is always an amazing thing that we can do. Is like, because that's actually rolling into, like, my next question that I had for you guys, which was, what is the goal, or, like, if there is an end goal, or it just goals in general that Extra Life strives to achieve, because it's raising all this money into the point where, like, I know through the years you guys have raised over millions of dollars, and just what exactly, like, does Extra Life strive to do and put this money towards in order to help out those children in need?
Absolutely. So the great thing about Extra Life is each hospital gets to choose how their funds are used.
Hmm.
So at Cook Children's, we dedicate those funds to our family support services. And what that means on a greater level is child life, our gaming carts that we use, any kind of distractive technology. So when some kids are going into surgery, we use iPads as distraction techniques, which
Hmm.
all of us know iPads are fantastic distractions,
Oh yeah.
sometimes to our own detriment.
Hmm.
Um, but we use those with kids. And we did a nationwide study a couple years back about distraction technology and how kids that were going into surgery using iPads to play games and to be fully engaged in that tablet, they were actually not having to have sedatives before they went in and got their anesthesia. So that's one less medication that these children are getting. Um, they are coming out of surgery faster, on average 30 minutes faster, which means
Hmm.
they're going home that much sooner. So these are the things that we get to support. We get to make sure that our money goes into our child life zone, which is almost, I like to call it the heart of the hospital, because
Hmm.
that's where you go for our we've got our library in there. That's where we have our closed caption TV studio. We have our recording studio in there. Um, we actually put out CDs every year of our patients that sing songs and create music. And we've got a our own closed caption channel, CLZ 39, that
Hmm.
plays at the hospital. We do game shows every day. There's different there's different programming, and all of this is what we get to support. One of the newest things that we've been working on is mobile gaming carts.
Mm-hmm.
So not only do we have like several switches that we can take to kiddos, but actually having an all inclusive one big just roller thing where you can roll it to a room and they can choose what they want to play, but giving them that option rather than just like, okay, here's a switch. Or you can go down and play the PS5 or you can play the Xbox downstairs. Some kids can't leave their room.
Mm-hmm.
So we're making gaming accessible to them. So at Cook Children's, that's what we do. We are lucky enough to bring joy to these kids.
Amazing, honestly, and I think that's actually honestly like a really great idea because speak true. Like honestly, like there are kids that can't leave their rooms, and doing something like that is honestly a really smart idea because it gives options to those kids who are feel like they're trapped in their rooms, and give them that escape to not just feel like they're there to sit in their room and hope for the best, and giving them a better experience that we can, and that's awesome that you guys actually do that.
Absolutely. We we love that we have these options available. Another thing that is beautiful for our patients is we have 6 facility dogs that are at the hospital.
God, the
They are
dogs.
We have dogs.
Oh my god.
It's amazing. They are Goldens and they are the most amazing dogs in the entire world. This morning I got my slobber kisses from our sweet dog named Steve. um, he is hilarious. He took a big drink of water and then wiped it all down my jeans. It was great. I consider it a badge of honor.
Amazing.
That's
But we have
great.
6 facility dogs, which when we started, I think it was 9 years ago. I need to
Mhm.
double check my time, so don't quote me on that. But when we began this program, we were one of 2 facility dog programs in the nation. And
Oh.
it has grown substantially, and so many hospitals now have facility dogs. And all of our dogs, all 6 of them, are donor funded. So, what that means is to get a dog from either Canine Companions or Canine Assistance, which is a training program for facility
Mhm.
dogs. Each dog costs 25,000. So that's just the base price. And then
Mhm.
you have the people who take care of them. Then you've got the vet bills, you've got their food. They have weekly baths because you can't go into the hospital with mud all over your fur.
Yeah.
That's not good for our kiddos. So each Monday morning, they get their bath and then they wreak havoc by running through the halls of the hospital like crazy little pups. And they're hilarious to watch. If
Mhm.
you are on Instagram and want some good, wholesome content, go follow Sit, Stay, Play, which is the name of our program.
Sit,
Um,
stay, play. Hey, thank
yes,
you very much for the follow, Fubuki.
yeah,
And I'm gonna go ahead and put that Instagram link in the chat
yeah,
real quick for anybody who wants to take a look at that.
yeah. You go. I believe it's Sit, Stay, Play underscore CC for Cook Children's. And it is the most wholesome content because it's all about dogs, and everybody loves watching content about dogs because they're fantastic. Um, they they love wearing all of their bows and they've they let's see, they wear sweaters at Christmas time. They do an ugly sweater contest. It's
That is
fantastic.
amazing.
They love their visits from Santa. Um, and they just are hilarious. When you see them walking down the hall, a lot of times they will have their leash in their mouth
Mhm.
because they want to walk themselves.
That's
They
cute.
don't want their mama to walk them. They're like, no, thank you, I've got this.
I could do this myself. Oh my god, they're so cute. I'm looking at them right now, and honestly, they're so freaking cute.
I I know they truly are a blessing for our kids, and so many of them with Goldens in general. It's interesting to see because they have a sixth sense with people.
Mhm.
And I have watched them many a times be walking down the hallway and then, beeline, like left turn here and go, and they find somebody who just needs that extra support. I've watched a mom just crumble to the floor in tears after getting a diagnosis for their child that they stepped out of the room and that dog was there to just be a leaning shoulder where they can just hug and cry. And these dogs, they have this beautiful way of calming people. um, they're they go into the patient's rooms. Sometimes, when the patients are, feeling a little sad, you got a dog that jumps up into your bed, and sometimes it's just nicer to have a hour and a half nap with the pup next to you.
Oh yeah,
um,
most definitely.
so having them around is absolutely amazing, and they're such a joy to watch walking down the hallway. They each work 40 hours a week, and they work in different areas. So there's some that work in our emergency department, one
Hmm.
works in our hematology and oncology.
Hmm.
There's some general med surge floors, which are just whatever goes around. We've got one that works in behavioral health,
Hmm.
which they use that a lot in group therapy to have kids feel comfortable enough to open up during that time. So all of those are things that our money truly helps, and we can't have these programs without funds from amazing people like you guys. Whether it's $5, 500, or $5,000, all of that makes a difference, every single penny. And you may not think so. You're like, well, I don't know if that's truly something that makes a difference. My $10 isn't going to do anything. My $12, you save your Starbucks coffee. I don't even think you can get two drinks for $12 now. Um, but you save that twice, and that's what you donate. And you're like, well, what is that really going to do? So $12 actually purchases a teddy bear. And
Nice.
these teddy bears are beautiful because every kiddo that stays the night gets a teddy bear. They get something to hold on to.
That's cute.
And it is even deeper than that. They not only have something to calm them, to hold on to, but I've heard so many stories of patients years later who say, I still have that bear that was with me, that was there in the room with me. I still have it. It's at home. It's sitting on my dresser. It reminds me of what I've overcome and the things that I've had to do.
Yeah.
So these bears, that's just $12. I had a patient in our patient ambassador program,
Hmm.
which I run for the hospital. A
Hmm.
few years ago, she came into the hospital after a head on collision the day after Christmas.
Oh jeez.
She was rushed to a regional hospital where they stabilized her and then immediately sent her to Cook Children's. Both of her parents passed away on impact,
I'm
and
sorry.
her sister was care flighted to Cook Children's. And it took a while for her to be able to see her sister, because she had a broken pelvis. She had broken arms, a leg that was broken, several broken ribs. I mean, she was not in great shape.
Hmm.
Um, but she was the only one who was conscious. Her sister was in a medically induced coma, and they realized that her sister was not going to make it either. So, what Child Life did was they brought in two identical bears, and they
Hmm.
brought in one of those recording devices, where you can record whatever you want to say and put it inside a Build-A-Bear.
Hmm.
They recorded her sister's heartbeat, and they put that inside the bear, so that when her sister did not make it,
Hmm.
um, she was able to still have a piece of her that continued with her.
And that is honestly, that is honestly something amazing. And I've always, enjoyed like seeing those kinds of things because having those, little pieces of, memories from people, whether it be, their voice or even, just their heartbeat, it honestly, it really makes something to you because, it's hard to get through a lot of things, but having someone or even something just there by your side and being able to cradle yourself through those hard times, it really honestly helps. And even after you've conquered it or passed through it, you can look back at that and remember those times where you thought you weren't personally on your own going to be able to make it, but you can have those memories of having that support structure, honestly. And it's honestly super amazing that you guys do that. And like you said, only for like $12. That's honestly like that's what I spend on average whenever I go for lunch for work. So,
Exactly. And when you're thinking about, what that really means to
mhm,
this young patient, it meant everything. That was the that was her entire world wrapped up in that one bear that cost $12. So if you think that it doesn't make a difference, I beg to differ because it truly does.
yeah. That's awesome. Because especially when it's like stuff like that, when you just lose somebody, and to be able to still hold on to something that is that memory of them, especially when it's something like that, and you can just hold it close, especially in times where you need it. That that is a gift that can never go away, honestly.
100%. And that's what we get to do is we get to help create those memories and those experiences that are so unique and special to a children's hospital. Because you're not going to get this type of treatment when you walk into an adult hospital.
Hmm.
Nobody wants to go into a hospital. But when you walk into a children's hospital that has a huge Lego model of the hospital that is
That's
across from our
awesome.
child life zone, where you get to learn how to play guitar or record a song or be on a cooking show. We have kiddos that are on
Yo.
cooking shows. And these are all things that happen inside the hospital that if you've never been there, you would never know because we're not going to go out and just be like, hey, have you seen this cooking show? No, these are things for our patients and families, and it's not
Hmm.
just the patients. We treat the whole family. So siblings get to do a lot of these things too. Now, COVID had made things very ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
But hopefully there is there's some hope on the horizon that things will be able to get back to where the siblings can come in and experience the same things as the patients, where they can feel like they are part of everything and part of this treatment
Hmm.
with their siblings, because it's super important to have them as part of it as well.
Of course, yeah. Honestly, because like I said, like you said, honestly, COVID's really put a damper on that kind of stuff. And like, I know I've had a friend recently where his father was comatose for a hot minute, because he ended up getting COVID, and then that led from one thing to another. And especially in the early stages of it, they weren't even able to go see him, and he was all on his own in that hospital. Um, and I'm hoping that as we like slowly progress away from that kind of stuff, that we get to go back to those times where we can actually go there and be that support structure to the people who are going through such a rough time, because especially like having your siblings or your parents being able to be there and support you through it all is something that honestly could brighten any person's day, honestly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And one day we will get there. I don't know what that day looks like, but we will get there. And we've seen the hospital open up a little bit more. There's abilities for all of our patients to come down to our atrium and, be spaced out,
Mm,
but still able to do different activities. And they can still come into the child life zone and they can still do all of these wonderful things that the hospital has to offer. Um, but one day we'll get back to full activities, but we still have to remember that when people come to cook children's, it's not just for anything. We get the sickest of sick kids. So we
mm,
get several regional facilities that send their kids to us when they um, surpass whatever their level of care may be. So we've got a level 4 NICU, which is double certified. That's one of the highest certifications in the United States.
mm,
Um, so when you're thinking about the itty bitty babies that are 1 pound, that look like they are smaller than baby dolls. They're literally smaller than a GI Joe action figure. and those are babies that we are caring for
Mm-hmm.
here in the hospital. So we've got some of the best nurses and doctors around, and I truly feel that they they are changing the world just by being there for these families and patients.
Jack. I'm gonna throw it to you. You got any questions, my guy?
Um, not a lot. Not a lot. It's really all the work that you guys have been doing here at Cooks is truly phenomenal. Like I knew about some of the programs and stuff that you guys did already. I've got a former coworker of mine who had his son treated at Cook's Children's Hospital before, and he would tell me all sorts of stories about how amazing it is over there, and how you guys just they treat him so well. um and so like getting to know some more of your programs and stuff like that, like especially more about the dogs. I really know how much help they are to some of those kids, and their families too. And honestly, like even though this is, I think we're going into our third year now, working with you guys, I always find out something new every time we talk about it, and it truly feels so great getting to work with you guys, and seeing if we can make a difference as well.
Absolutely. You truly do. And everybody that signs up, whether it's for Cook Children's or any other hospital out there, you are making a difference in the lives of these children. And you know, we can't thank you enough because we can't do this without each and every one of you. We can't do this without our friends, our extra lifers. I mean, when you become an extra lifer for Cook Children's, you become my friends, and I know you guys experienced that when you guys came out to free play that one day. You
Mm-hmm.
just become part of my family because this is so important to me and you know, to my family. I've got a cook kiddo. He is autistic and has ADHD and severe asthma, severe eczema. Um, you know, and a laundry list of things. So we see a lot of people at Cook Children's. So I was a cook mom before I was a cook employee, and watching what they do from a parent side is absolutely phenomenal. And then you get to see the behind the scenes work of what we do working there. And I couldn't be more proud of the work that Cook Children's does in the community. And it's wonderful to watch people like you guys join together and help make an impact.
Yeah, no, and it's honestly, like I've been doing this for, I think this will make it my 6th year, doing Extra Life. And obviously I only recently joined up with Cook's children. I think last year was
Are you
my first year working with you guys. But even just like, like getting that kind of change of like actually like from just streaming and doing my best to support the hospital that I was working with at the time, which I will have their name here in a second. I am just resetting my password for my login because apparently I forgot. And switching over to Cook's Children and working with you, Aaron, and like actually seeing and like hearing about what specifically the money that we're raising is actually going to has been such a like a mind opener, and even it makes me even more happy that I'm supporting like this amazing charity, because it's been something that I have enjoyed doing for years, and it just keeps getting better, and it keeps reinvigorating that drive to continue to do more for this amazing charity.
Well,
I'll
you
jump in. I'll
mhm.
jump in and say, I really like the fact that we can, when you say 100% of the funds that we help raise goes to you guys, that you can absolutely prove that, and I've seen you do it before. You can tell us what goes where for the donations and stuff, and that makes me feel good. And working with you guys, I know there are some charities before that, I will leave nameless, that I've worked with that are not as honest as Extra Life has been, along as you guys have been. And so getting to work with you guys, and dealing with the nitty gritty, raising money for all those kids, it it feels good. It feels great in knowing that we are making a difference.
Absolutely, you are. And it's wonderful to watch. And, you know, I can literally pull reports on my end to say, hey, this is the impact you've made. This is what you've done over this amount of time, or even just this year. And all of that, I make sure that it goes directly to our kiddos in the family support services. So we get to do the fun and bring the joy and make sure that we continue to bring smiles where there might not always be smiles.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
All right.
And if we can contribute to that by playing games, then I'm definitely all for that.
Oh yeah, especially if it's something that it's something that and me especially, I do on a regular, like I try streaming every 2 weeks. If something that I do like so like regularly can be can help out in spreading awareness for something so amazing as helping raise money to help out children in need, I will gladly do that every second of the day.
I completely agree. If I can play games to help kids, I am all for it.
It's such an easy thing to do. Just play games and just be like, "Hey, have you heard of Extra Life?" it's
100%.
it's so amazing. Can't say enough how much I love Extra Life, and people who like are around me in my everyday life, they know I don't shut up about Extra Life. It's like to the point where I've gotten an Extra Life tattoo. That's how much I just love this organization because I want to show my support in every which way I can throughout the year, and it's the number one thing that like I'm always trying to work on planning out, and working on is like my Extra Life day of play, which I would like to hear more from you on um, which is the nationwide day of play. That is something that was my immediate selling point when I started looking into Extra Life. That is something that the community does. Um, and if you would like to, like go a little bit on the nationwide day of play, that'd be amazing.
Absolutely. So, in addition to just playing and doing things throughout the year, Extra Life has one day where we all get together, and it is the first Saturday in November. The
Hmm.
date changes, but it's always the first Saturday. And so we call it a gaming marathon for a reason. It's 24 hours. You do not have to play the full 24 hours. I have several people that do, and I have several people who break it up and do things over time. So, like I said, your game's your way. But people across the nation come together on that day. They stream through Twitch. You watch how Twitch will pull different streams that talk about Extra Life because Extra Life is a partner of Twitch,
Hmm.
and you can watch how everybody comes together just to help kids. Now, you can do something on your own. You can have friends come over. You can put together some kind of activity. Typically, on that day, I go to anywhere from 4 to 6 events.
Hmm.
So I go and I'll play Mario, I play Jackbox. There's usually not enough time for me to do a one-shot D&D just because of my time constraints, though I
Hmm.
would love to because I play D&D. I'm in the middle of a campaign right now.
Nice.
So yes, yes. I recently got I love earrings, and so I got some D20 earrings, which I mean, chef's kiss, fantastic.
Chef's
But
kiss.
the National Day of Play is great because you can really jump on Twitch and you can find any stream and follow people. You can see who is out there really making a difference, and
Hmm.
that's a time for you to invite other people to be part of it as well.
Oh
And we would love that. I love meeting new people. I love meeting my new extra lifers who are like, hey, Aaron, come to this event. I want to show you what we're doing. Absolutely, 100% I will be there. It is great. I mean, I love nothing more than getting together and playing games with friends both old and new.
Oh yeah, and it's honestly amazing. Like just the varieties of things that people do for those events. Like I like just looking back on the 6 years I've been doing this. Like the variety of things that do I do for it. And even just like the people that I see on YouTube, like posting about their extra life events. Like I'm not sure if either one of you guys know of Alpha Rad. He is a YouTuber I follow. He recently actually just did a extra life event where they played cup pong and attempted to raise over $50,000. And while they didn't make the goal during the stream, they did raise over $25,000 on that one stream, which was freaking amazing to see, like, just how much people were supporting them and just like, doing something as irregular as, renting out a boxing arena and playing cup pong on it. So it's amazing to see like all the different things that people like do to bring out people to show intrigue into just doing extra life and spreading the word in many different ways, and it's amazing to see what people come up with, honestly.
I mean, even look at us. Like the past couple of years. I mean, hell, my first Extra Life year, I remember doing a big 12-hour stream. And I remember watching you with your stuff, and you were doing board games, video games, card games. You were all over the place. And then last year we ended up doing a big 12-hour long one-shot D&D session,
Yeah,
and that was exhausting, but that was so worth it. I
exhausting
mean,
but worth it.
yeah, last year we got upwards of about $2,500 raised. So
Hmm.
you really can do anything for this, and it's so great to see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sky's the
Um,
limit. Sky's the limit when it comes to playing games. Whatever your brain can think up and you can make happen, it works.
Absolutely. You were mentioning earlier someone was doing a poker game to raise, and I'm sitting here like, ooh, that's a really good idea. I do like me some Texas
so,
Hold'em.
Right?
better.
I mean, you don't think about that. You're like, yeah, let me go play some Overwatch. Let me break out, Ticket to Ride. Let me do a D&D one shot. And then you're like, wait, I can do poker too? Yeah. You can play
Oh yeah.
cornhole too. I mean, get yourself a cornhole tournament.
Yeah. What was the one year? I think it was 2019. I think 2019 was the year that I had like the biggest turn up of people who were coming to like, participate in my extra life, where I had, game tournaments and all this kind of stuff. And one of the coolest things I think that happened that year, outside of like, spicy food, eating like spicy chicken wings, like world's hottest hot chocolate and stuff like that we did for that year. The coolest thing that happened was I actually had my friend come out and bring his whole entire band, and we had like a live performance during the stream, where they performed their music for us in just in my basement, and it was freaking amazing just to like have so many people there that were helping support that cause, and to have something like just a band performing. It was just so freaking cool.
I love it. I love it.
God, that was by far my biggest stream I had. I think I had upwards of like 20 plus people at one point, and I was just like, okay, I have a big basement, but not that big. But it was so freaking awesome.
Oh, for sure. And when you have that many people coming together, I mean, you just got to have fun. That's what it is.
Oh yeah. Now I'm going to take a quick pause, because, like I have stated before to you, Aaron, this is my open tap. I am Diz the Goblin. I run a tavern called the Thunder's Roar, and what I wanted to start doing with these open taps is that I wanted to start making drinks dedicated to the people who are coming out and spending time with me and just chit chatting with me. So I asked you what kind of drink you like, and one of the things that you stated as you really like what is it, Vanilla Crown. So I scoured the internet and I was like, what are some Vanilla Crown recipes that I can find? And specifically something that is desserty, because you said that I think it was like what, Vanilla Crown and Coke or Sprite that you said
Mhm.
that tastes very desserty. So I was like, what can I find that tastes desserty, has that Vanilla Crown kind of thing, and I think that you would enjoy. And I ended up finding this recipe, which I'm gonna quickly share this in it's our art chat, but I'm also going to share it on the. Oh, that's my link to donate. Um, wrong
Yeah.
link. Shameless plug.
It is. I already have that.
Uh, But here is the link to what is called the pineapple upside down cake shot, which I was looking at this recipe and it sounds delicious, and I'm definitely gonna try it. I do not have any alcohol because I've been spending some money on some commissions for some later Extra Life stuff I want to show off. But I do have the recipe here. I'm gonna pull this to the front real quick, so that way if you would like to try out this recipe yourself, you can. All it requires is pineapple juice, 1 ounce of that, 1 ounce of vanilla whiskey, or you can change it out with vanilla vodka, a splash of grenadine, and one maraschino cherry. It's a very small recipe because it's mostly meant for shot glasses. So all you're going to be doing is combining that pineapple juice as well as your vanilla whiskey into a glass with ice, or into a cocktail shaker, either or. Shake, stir, whichever one you like, until the concoction is chilled. Strain that into a small highball glass or a tall shot glass, and then add a splash of grenadine and let it settle to the bottom, so it gives that kind of that what is it? The pineapple with the cherry on the bottom kind of look at the bottom. And then garnish that with a maraschino cherry, and then you have yourself a pineapple upside down cake shot.
Well, that sounds delicious. And now I need to go figure out if I have pineapple juice in the house.
Oh no, I put it to the wrong thing. But yes, honestly, I want to make this so bad. I was looking at it, I was just like, oh, it sounds so good though. It's like,
I know.
but it's like, sadly, I do not have money. It's
That's
like, or
like the
else I would go buy
perfect
it.
dessert shot there. Like
Oh yeah.
I don't need cake. You give me this and I'll be just fine.
Oh yeah. Which I always found interesting that, cake is such like a like hit or miss kind of thing for people. Because I mean, like a lot of people who like especially growing up, people were like, I don't like cake because if you thought cake, you thought the cake that like people brought into schools for like their birthday parties, which is like that Walmart really weird frosting kind of cake that
Yep.
like just nobody likes for some reason. And it's just like, oh, no cake. But me, I'm like, I like tres leches. That cake is delicious. And I love pineapple upside down cake, which was another reason I decided on this recipe. So it's there for if you want to ever try it. I will be making these eventual drinks later on in a different open tap, but I just wanted to show and share a drink that I have picked out for you to try.
Oh, I love it. Once I try it, I will let you know how amazing it is because I already know that it's going to be good. I'll let you know the level of amazingness that it'll be.
Thank you. Please do, because I would love to hear your reaction to it. Let us see. So, we kind of really like throughout each topic talked about the topics that we were going to be talking about. So I'm going to ask just one final question, and because we're gonna start wrapping up and get our next guest in here. But if you were to just talk about and any events you guys got going on, or like kind of like charity drives you guys might be having going on for Cook's Children, plug your stuff as you will, because we would love to hear about it, because I would definitely love to go to those events as well if I can.
Absolutely. Um, I don't have any charity streams for me personally because I tend to just attend everybody else's.
Hmm.
But where I first met you guys at Free Play, I will be sending out information that on September 9th, save the date, come to Free Play Arlington. We're going to have another fun meetup where we just play games, drink beer, and really just have fun with other people who love raising funds for Extra Life. So if you don't know about Extra Life, a lot about it, you don't know where to start, come out and talk to me. Obviously, you've listened to me. I have, you know, I don't have a loss of words. I have plenty to say, so we could probably talk for a long time.
Hmm.
But I would love to meet you guys, all of your followers, and say, hey, come and join us. Come do something fun with us, or just come out and have a beer and hang out at Free Play because it's so much fun.
Honestly, it's so cool. It was so cool seeing something like that. That was my first time being to like an arcade bar like that. So it
Oh,
was fun to A, go there, get pretty wasted because I didn't have to drive that night. Play games and then actually get to just sit down and talk to you guys about Cook's Children, and you basically sell me on, okay, cool, I'm all for it. I'm all for supporting Cook's Children now.
Yep. We love it. It is such a fun place. The owners are fantastic. They've done charity streams for us in the past. Because they're wonderful people. So I love supporting them as well. It's
Hmm.
super easy to get into because it's $11, and then everything is set to free play, which is great. They've got a great bar. They've got great snacks and food. And I planned it for a Friday night so that nobody has to go to work the next day
Always
I'm
a
unless they
appreciative
plus.
of
really need
that.
to finish.
Always a
Yeah.
plus there, honestly.
Hmm.
So, where are some places, if you want to type this inside our Discord message, where are some places that they can reach out to you if they want to speak to you specifically, to, get some more information about Extra Life or Cook's Children or anything of above?
The best way is to just email me. I'll drop my email in there. So erin.mcdonald@cookchildrens.org. I can drop that into Twitch. Anybody that wants to learn more, figure out how to get signed up, make sure that they're signed up for the right hospital. Great. I'd love to have you on board, raising funds with us, having fun. But easiest way, just get in touch with me via email. Typically, once we get to friend status, most of the time, my extra lifers have my cell phone because it's just easier to get in touch with people that way as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, drop me an email. Let me know how I can help support you guys in your hopefully coming on board with Extra Life and having so much fun with us. Play some games, have fun, help save kids.
Oh yeah. And now, if with your permission, would I be allowed to post the Cook's Children Extra Life Discord server so that if anybody would like to join, they can?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm going to go ahead and set this to never generate new link. Copy the link, and I'm going to go ahead and put so it's going to say Erin's contact information for getting more Extra Life information. You can go to email her like you said, or join the Discord group. Me and Jack are on there, and they post all the information. They have an FAQ section. They got a general chat where people can just bring up things that they're doing for the Extra Life events that they're planning, and it's super cool. They also have a floof channel if you want to post your pets.
Absolutely. It's my favorite channel. It's my
It's
favorite
so
channel.
freaking cute.
Hmm. Hmm.
I need to post
I
new pictures of my
shamelessly
cat.
plug my 80-pound dog whose name is Bear, and he looks like a bear. That I mean, it's fitting for him. He's an 80-pound lap dog.
Amazing. I love that for you. I can't wait till I have a house so I can actually have a dog.
One day, or you
What?
can just get a very lazy dog, and that works too.
Honestly, that's my plan. I plan on getting a Basset Hound. That's the dog I want. So I want one of those super droopy, like just lays around and howls at me kind of dog.
Oh,
So one day, it's just that I can't get another pet until I'm out of this apartment.
that's okay. That's okay. Restrictions. I guess we should follow rules.
I guess. But let's see. All right, we got about 13 minutes until we bring on to the next person. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna wrap up. I'm gonna go ahead and put us on a small break, so that way I can grab something to eat real quick in between this. But Erin, thank you very much for joining us today. Honestly, it has been such a pleasure to have you here and talk about Extra Life because, like I said, I can't get enough about talking about Extra Life. So it's great to actually have you here and be the de facto person that people can get some information from, that will spread that awareness of what Extra Life is and how amazing of a cause that it helps.
Well, thanks so much for having me. And thank you to everybody who is tuned in. Thank you for listening to me for, the past 45 minutes. I really appreciate it. And I hope that you guys have a fantastic evening, that it is filled with lots of laughter and fun times. And then I will see you guys in person September 9th.
Awesome.
Thank you
Looking
very
forward to it.
much. Looking forward. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and throw us on the BRB screen. I'm gonna go ahead and mute Discord real quick. Realized I was muted the whole time. Hi everybody, I'm gonna go on break for a little bit. We'll be back here shortly in about 10 minutes. But we'll be having Siona on next as our next guest. So updated the chat, updated the title of the stream because I realized I'm an idiot and I forgot to do that. So yeah, that is gonna do it for right now. Be back here soon. I'm just gonna grab some food before we get started. Thank you very much for tuning in for Aaron's portion. Means a lot, and I hope that you guys stay for the rest. All right, BRB. Unmuted. Hello, everybody. We're back. Welcome back to the Open Tap stream. Also, Siona, did you like my new Open Tap? Or Siona and Jack, technically. Shit, sorry. I choked up my pork chop.
Most people tend to chew and eat
it
pork chops.
Yeah, you know. Fuck
Please
that.
don't die.
You know, I'm trying my best. But what I was trying to ask, did you guys like the new Open Tap screen?
Yeah, I did. You know, I was like, is that
Very
new?
neon.
Oh my god, Siona's so small.
Why am I so small? Oh my goodness, I'm so small.
It's
I
like,
could just stand on Jack's shoulder.
you know what? Wait, oh no. Stream avatars, don't move. I'm trying to move Siona. We'll just
I am now the I apparently now have the power set of Ant-Man.
Let's do that, and then we'll put. There we go.
Just on Jack's shoulder.
Yeah,
I'm your moral conscious goblin, Jack.
Oh god,
That's
no.
troubling.
I'm counting on you to keep me on the right path, but that's going to be more of a challenge for you than it is for me.
It is. I'm gonna tell you to do all the stupid shit. I hope you know that.
Jesus
oh,
Christ.
oh, good. So no change for me then.
Okay, perfect. Let's get this started.
Let's get this started. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Open Tap. My name is Diz the Goblin. I choked on a piece of pork chop already, so we already know that we're having a great old time. Today,
Choking on pork. Same old Diz.
same old is.
There's a joke to be made somewhere there, but
And you're not gonna make it. So, anyways, we are now joined by our second guest of the night, Siona the Gob. Say hello, Siona.
Hi everyone. I'm Sienna, your neighborhood friendly goblin.
Friendly. I was like, friendly. You blow
No,
up my
I'm probably
tavern.
gonna hold you. I won't lie.
Besides the point.
You'll just be walking along, enjoying your boba tea or whatever your preferred drink is, and without warning, bam, from off the top of a building.
Which we'll go into that here soon. Not this very second, but we will go into that. Because that is something that was just like while I was working on your subclass and getting it put onto D&D Beyond, I was just like, man, this is pretty fucked. So I'll definitely have that pulled up at some point in time during this segment. But first and foremost, we're gonna talk about D&D now. We have now talked about Actual Life for about an hour, which I can do for more. But now we're going to transition a little bit now into D&D because now this Open Tap is going to be interviewing you guys as the players and then eventually Jack as a DM. For, you know,
here and there.
you'll be here and there. You'll eventually have questions asked. Like, there's no way you're not going to have questions asked at this point.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, you know, fucking... Yeah, but we're gonna, you know, just chill, ask questions about, you know, our upcoming D&D one shot, which is going to have me, Siona, Lily, Razzle and Dazzle, as well as our DM Jack the Wreckham, playing as Muppets. So this is going to be interesting. But, I'm trying to make sure I have everything pulled up before I get started. I gotta pull up all the character sheets. Excuse me for a burp. I drank like a can of soda and now I'm burping. Okay, cool. Alrighty. So, Siona,
Diz.
welcome to the open shot. Oh god.
Bar's open a little early, huh?
The bar is
Open
open
shot?
a little early. I haven't even had a drink. I will have a drink eventually, but I'm supposed to be here for almost 6 hours. So I have a long night ahead of me. So I'm gonna wait until I start drinking.
No, I can't drink myself. I have D&D right after this.
Ooh, ooh.
I'm going to be
Alright.
playing Fiona. And
Oh,
trying to still earn her way. Okay, so here's a little secret for those that don't know.
Uh-huh.
I may call myself captain, but I'm actually technically not a captain yet. So, like, I'm a bit of a fraud.
I won't tell no one. Your secret's safe with us.
I can't believe
Okay,
you will lie to me.
and Twitch chat, please don't tell anyone either. No one tell anyone. And everything should be really chill.
I'm gonna cry. I have been lied to. One second.
Okay, well, Diz is now crying, so everything's still fine. Moving on.
Wow. Okay. Moving on, I guess.
I tease. I love you, Diz.
Yeah, I love you too, I think. Anyways.
Okay, that's fair. I deserve that.
It's like, anyways. 1 second. 1 second. Jack, talk to Siona for a second. Like 2 seconds.
So tell me more about Captain Siona, who's technically not a captain, but no one's telling anybody that.
Okay, so Siona, I originally made her for a West Marches server.
Okay.
I didn't know, yeah, West Marches. For those that don't know what West Marches is, it's a essentially free play D&D. There's no set schedule. There's multiple DMs. It's also in the same world, and DMs will host sessions throughout the week. There's usually RP channels for people to chat in character and help progress the plot. And so I just made this little goblin character for fun. My first time playing 5th edition. Not D&D, just 5th edition. And she just kind of
My headset.
exploded more in my life than I
happened?
thought she would. And
Oh, yeah.
now here I am standing on Jack's shoulder as a pro wrestler. So,
Captain-
this
Captain's just your wrestling title, am I right?
apparently. But no, I am. Sienna is a sky pirate.
That's so
And
cool.
she's a part of a faction called the 117 Sky Dragons, which I absolutely love the faction. And right now in the RP, she's established that she wants to become a captain, and so she's doing her best to prove herself.
Oh.
And so right now, the Commodore of the fleet is currently giving her challenges to overcome and to test her. So that's what's going on right now. Story for me.
I gotcha. That sounds like what's her crew like? Like I know she's a quote unquote captain, but not captain. But who does she have helping her out?
Well, most of the other players who are actually in a part of the crew are actually ranks above her, but there are a few other people like deckhands and such who help out. Let's see. The current captain, a guy named Tomlin. He was like the third captain we've had since I've joined the server.
Hmm.
And that's because they keep getting promoted. They keep getting promoted. People aren't dying. People aren't dying.
Oh, damn it.
Well,
Well,
I
except
suppose
for
it's
that
much
one guy
better
who
than.
got demoted, but then he got promoted again to like Commander of the West. So, that's different.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So there's Tomlin, a bard who's the current captain. He is very. He's not like that happy, not psychotic type. What's the word? The usual stereotype of bard.
Oh, where
He's
they're
not
very
a very
kind of like
sarcastic
charismatic.
bard at this point. Not like
That's
the
fair.
social deviant bard. He is very more wit orientated and will use his words to tear you apart.
I can understand.
Yeah. The other former captain, again, a guy named Cole.
Flint Cole.
Yeah, Cole.
Yeah, Flint Cole.
Absolute psychopath.
Oh.
Yeah. Listen, he's like, okay, well, I guess we're stuck in this pocket dimension. Guys, I have an idea. He pulls out his gun and shoots someone in the face.
Oh,
It
oh.
worked, but it's still very psychopathic.
He's like, I have an idea. Don't freak out first. Bang.
Turns over, shoots a cop in the face.
Hey, yo, we should be
And
cops.
apparently, before, and they all got ejected from the pocket dimension. It was a thing.
Interesting.
And then finally, the original captain Siona served under was a paladin by the name of Leonardo Striker, or just Leo for short. And he's just a, Oath of Glory paladin. So, you know, he's always doing something glorious.
Mm-hmm.
He's just a glory hound. He's great.
Mm-hmm.
And so here I am with this very strange crew of pirates. And I'm here throwing in my goblins like, "Hi everyone, I'm here to help." Explosions behind me. Oh fuck.
I'm here to make a
Really?
difference. Douche. Never mind, I guess.
Never mind, yeah. Half the set, like the last time I played with all three of them in the same session, it was just me essentially running in behind them as they blindly charged in and nearly got themselves killed multiple times.
Jesus.
Jesus.
I just kind of got put back on healer duty because, you know, alchemist.
Mm-hmm.
So like, fuck, stop this, stop running ahead like this. Shut up and let me heal you.
He's like, why don't you just take what you're doing and stop that?
That seems to be a common problem with all healers.
Oh yeah.
God wouldn't know that.
Meanwhile, I have another healer in the group's like, you know, I have healing abilities and I'm a dedicated healer. It's like, I don't care. Let me heal them. I'm trying to prove a point here.
It's like, I don't give a fuck. Let me do my job.
And I was like, okay, listen, for the millionth time, I'm out of combat healer. You're in combat healer. You're better at in combat stuff.
See, that's always like the important thing to grasp is that there's really good in combat healers against like out of combat healers, and especially when you think about the D&D game that I'm in with Jack and a couple of our friends, we have a healer and that's me.
Well, calling you a healer is
Calling me
stretch.
calling me a healer is a real stretch because I have like 2 healing spells. And that's about it. And then I can do Song of Rest, which also I got mad about because I realized in our last game that I if we had just taken a short rest instead of just pushing forward, I could have just done a Song of Rest during our short rest. But that's besides the point.
Well, hindsight is 20/20, as they say.
But I can't
anyway,
see you.
Circling back to Siona's character. Is this your? Have you done D&D outside of the West March server?
Oh yeah, no, I've been playing D&D for over 10 years.
Awesome.
God.
Yeah, I've told the story before on the stream, but my first time playing was at this old game store back in my hometown called James and Games.
Mm-hmm.
And this group was playing D&D, and they're like, "Hey, we don't have someone to play, and one of the players is missing. We have their sheets." They looked over at me. "You want to play D&D?" I was like, "Sure." And that was my first time playing. Was this dwarf barbarian ranger in 3.5? No idea what I was doing. I was confused multiple times, trying to find the right shit on the sheet. It's like, AC, what the hell is AC? And you know,
What is this?
but I was still having I was still having a blast. Like I wasn't angry, confused. It's like, what do I look for, guys? Kind of confused.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had a blast, a ton of stuff. I rolled a nat 1, threw my axe across the room, and someone said, "Quick, turn it into a range attack roll instead." You know.
Interesting.
Interesting. It's like, I don't think that's gonna work, but we'll try.
Yeah.
Oh.
And since then, I've played Pathfinder. I've played a little bit of Dark Heresy and Rogue Trader, if you're familiar with those systems.
I am not. Not.
it's a bunch of Warhammer stuff. There are
I got
D100 systems with fate points. Let's see, what else have I played? Obviously I've played 5th edition,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and right now I'm kind of looking to try to get into a Pathfinder 2nd edition group. I know it's not the most well-liked one right now, but I want to give it a fair try. It looks fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but hey, if you like it, like that's all that matters, you know?
Exactly.
Like, all I can find about in any of my groups is people complaining about it.
So, boy, this
Then they
fucking
turn around
sucks.
and play and like complain about 5th edition. I'm like,
What pleases
okay.
you? He's like, what
What
pleases
pleases you?
you?
What pleases any of you? I love you all, but what pleases you?
Jesus Christ, what's gonna please you? Cause I don't fucking know what.
Yeah, exactly. And there's plenty of other RPGs out there that I would like to explore too eventually.
Mm-hmm. I will make my
The
own.
My Little Pony RPG being the top one. I'm joking. Trust me, I'm joking.
Hey, each person has their own.
Each person has their own, I guess. But so now that I am sufficiently fed and not dying because I did my blood test today and I was a little drained. Excuse me.
Step away for 1 second.
Bonjour! So, Siona, now that we have talked about the past, I'm sorry, excuse me, I'm so fucking sorry. Now that we've talked about the past and, Siona as a character in your past games and all the past systems you've played, let's talk about your future as being a Muppet. You excited?
I'm excited as felt.
Oh my
I have no
fucking
idea what
God.
that means.
Oh my God, is that a fucking pun?
I don't know. But world. But no, I'm excited for it. To play a very, I don't know how to put it. Like,
yeah.
I'm just going to be happy to play because it's going to be absolutely silly.
Oh yeah, and you're playing a completely new race because this is a race that we're all going to be playing with for the first time, and then you're also playing a little bit of an unconventional monk, that's not his base game. So you want to talk about your monk class and the reason that you are looking the way you are right now on stream?
Oh yeah. Usually I have a Sky Pirate get up, as many of you know, but right now I'm a wrestler because I figured since this is going to be a more silly thing, I should play a more silly character, and I found in one of the books I own from a Kickstarter I got, Valdez Spire of Secrets, a monk subclass called Way of the Mask, and it's essentially just a wrestler subclass for monk.
It definitely is.
Yeah. Diz and Jack have both read it, and they have both approved it, so this isn't some crazy third-party homebrew thing I just found on D&D Beyond, because things can get wild there.
It honestly, like, some of the homebrew stuff is pretty wild, but like reading that, the Way of the Mask subclass was definitely a time because I was looking at it and I'm like, oh, this is pretty freaking cool, and I'm just like, wait a second, you can do fucking what?
Oh yeah, no, it's great, and I didn't know what I was expecting when I decided to back on Kickstarter Valdez Spire of Secrets. But it's honestly one of my new favorite books. I'm so glad I got it because there's just so many fun options within that book, both like joking like that, and more serious options. For instance, there's a Mage Hand Magus subclass for fighter, where you're essentially using a bunch of mage hands to fight with weapons, which I think is really cool.
Which I saw that as well, and I thought that was very interesting how they make that work, and I was just like, oh my God, Skyland, is that you? As a fighter?
Mage hand!
Exactly. There's a Street Fighter. The Way of the Street Fighter is a subclass. It exactly sounds what it is. It's just you making a Street Fighter character.
Can I do Hadoukens?
Yes, you can actually.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, you can spend your key point to do a Hadouken.
I will be the
Fuck
first
yeah.
to say that I have severely underestimated fighters. I was working with another project today.
Mm-hmm.
Ended up having to make a fighter for them, and I was going through like the Rune Knight fighter. And I'm like, oh my god, Rune Knight fighter is so strong.
They're so fucking fun to play, dude. That was my first character that I was originally gonna play for one of the one shots I did with you guys was Maxwell Vanderbilt. He was a Rune Knight fighter who enlarged himself and could just beat the shit out of people.
It was crazy.
Fucking it's like there's some like subclasses out there that are just super insane to even think like consider being like whoa wait what are you doing and it's like and also to bring some like classes like the way of the mask into this like it's going to definitely bring a very interesting take into our D&D game, and I'm very interested to see how you're planning on playing it.
I'm gonna do a Randy Savage voice the whole time.
God damn it, Randy. I was looking at some of these things because I have your sheet pulled up here right now because I wanted to go directly into like when we're that when I wanted to look at everybody's characters and all that kind of stuff and then discuss it for the stream and one of the few things I want to touch on before we get into like specifics of what you can do. I found very interesting your array of points when you did your point buy. Want to go into why it's mostly just plus ones and minus ones?
Oh, a single +3, which is the strength.
Yeah.
Well, this has to go with the subclass itself.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I want to take monk, I have to have certain stats, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a 13 in dexterity and a 13 in wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
The class prefers to use strength and charisma for the unarmored check. So it kind of has like 4 stats I gotta spread out amongst just to be able to play it. So
Yeah.
it makes it a little awkward.
Gotcha.
I had to make it a little bit more balanced and make my intelligence check a dump, which feels weird for Sienna because she's always like a high intelligence stat character for me.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be a little different for me to RP her, but again, that's why I'll probably just do a Randy Savage voice and just go crazy.
Hey, that's why we're Muppets. It's like
Yeah.
intelligence, throw that out the window. We don't need that here.
Yeah, who needs intelligence on the Muppet Show?
It's like, and then there's me. I'm
Nope.
pretty sure intelligence was one of my few things I actually put into.
Note to self: make intelligence saving throws.
Oh god, please don't.
We've told Jack too much. Run.
Yeah. Which, by the way, looking at your character still, you are probably one of the faster characters with a 45 movement speed, which is pretty nice. I am always down for movement speed, as you know by my quick foot build. So,
Oh yeah,
You're
no,
gonna
I
be
gotta
the-
build up that speed for a drop kick.
Jesus. Which we're gonna talk about that now. We're gonna talk about all the things you can do as a monk, which is freaking insane, and I'm terrified.
Oh, I gotta say, like, I love monks. In my main campaign where I'm a player, I play a Goliath monk, and it is the most fun thing in the world for me.
God. 1 second. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Let's see. Because one of the few things you can do, which also I need to check what your actual AC is because it's actually technically supposed to be different. Because it's supposed to be 10 plus your strength and your charisma, which means you technically should be a 15 armor class right now.
But since I'm a Muppet, I also gain +2 to my AC.
Wait. Oh yeah.
Technically, yeah.
Oh god, no. Oh god.
That's gonna make me rethink some things.
So your AC is
I
now.
can't stop talking in front of Jack because it's making him rethink things.
No,
I
no,
don't
that's
like
great.
this.
I appreciate it.
I don't.
I'm just gonna go ahead. Boopity boop. There you go. Now
Because
you have your
whenever I
actual
see
thing.
something like that, and the DM follows up with, "I need to rethink things," that just makes me nervous. That makes me nervous.
It's like, oh fuck, what did I do? Why did I bring it up?
Nah, you'll be
Yeah.
okay.
I totally forgot that was a thing that we have, that we just have a straight +2 and you're considered half obscured the whole time. That's gonna be a fun time for you, Jack. Hit us if you dare, if you can.
Well, This is going to make me think of a whole bunch of area of effect magic now. So,
Well, Grapple has a good point. Sweetums probably had decent intelligence and wisdom on the Muppet Show. He was the AV tech and stagehand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
More than
screw it.
fucking
Let's just
likely.
turn this. Let's just turn the stream into a Muppet Show marathon.
At the end of the stream, it's just like, all right, cut, wrap it up. We're done for the day.
Kermit comes walking across screen.
All right, guys, can we go home now?
Yes,
actually,
that's all Razzle has to say.
that really is not a bad way to end it.
Honestly. Boom, we know the ending now. It's ruined the immersion.
No.
Hey,
Oh,
listen, I
yeah,
still like
hey.
my idea of the final boss being David Bowie's pants.
Jesus
In the labyrinth.
Christ.
Just
I
the
will.
pants.
I will confirm that is not the final boss, but I think I've told you before. I really like that idea. I would
am
do
so
that in a
excited.
heartbeat.
I'm so excited to see what you got going on for this freaking one shot, honestly, because it's freaking crazy what we're bringing in here. We got the freaking wrestling monk over here who's gonna be high flying, kicking us in the fucking throat, suplexing our lives away.
Actually, it's gonna be I'm gonna make not Razzles, but Dazzle's job a lot easier. I'll let her say what she's playing, but like one of the abilities of the Way of the Mask is all the grappling abilities.
Oh yeah. Which
I can attempt to grapple any creature regardless of its size.
did you pick
So
up that
just
feat, by the
imagine
way?
this small Muppet just pinning a dragon by its wings somehow against all logic.
I was gonna ask, did you pick up that feat to have that
The
grappler
grappler
feat?
feat, yes, I did. That's the
God
only
damn
reason
it.
why I don't have an 18th strength.
You know, you're right, Razzle. How the hell are you gonna kick people if you ain't got no goddamn legs?
Listen, because it's going to transition from one camera to another. I'll have legs, but as soon as I hit the ground in the next scene, my legs will be behind something again, and you can't see it.
I was like, what happened?
Yeah, well,
Suspiciously, that camera will remain above waist, so you can just see the legs like stick up to kick somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
Separate props, god damn it. God, I'm just like, the whole entire grappling thing is just fucking. There's so much you got going on your fucking character for just grappling in general.
Yeah, I can use my action to try to pin a creature grappled by me. Use it, make another grapple check. If you succeed, you and the creature are both restrained until the grapple ends.
And then you can fucking suplex people, right?
Oh yeah, no. The Infinity Suplex. While you are grappling another creature, you can use you can use your bonus action and spend one key point to end the grapple early by hurling your opponent over your shoulder and just suplexing them. I make an attack roll against the creature I'm grappling. On a hit, the creature takes bludgeoning damage equal to 2d10 plus my strength modifier as knocked prone.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh yeah, no, I'm excited. It's one of the 3 signature moves there.
Mm-hmm.
I had to choose one of them. The other 2 was for an object, which is just signature for me hitting someone with a steel chair.
Everywhere that comes a steel chair. Goddamn.
And, or the headbutt of justice. And I just figured, fuck it. I joke about suplexing people all the time. I gotta take the suplex one.
It's like I would have been disappointed if you had to pick the suplex one. It's like you were the suplex goblin for a hot minute before you just changed over to Captain Siona.
Oh yeah, that was an homage to my old character who was called the Suplex Queen, but I retired her, and so I figured, kind of bring back that gimmick a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Siona, the Suplex Queen.
Which is fucking amazing. I cannot wait to see you suplexing people all over the guy. Also, I need to fix this on the stream elements thing, but I love that I have the title for the song and all that on the bottom left hand or bottom right hand of the screen, but you can't fucking see it because there's so many characters down there.
Oh yeah, no, the Pokemon's just overwhelming the song.
Like, why can't they be on the left side with fucking Sue over there?
Because Sue needs her personal space, okay?
Yeah, I guess you're
Give
right.
Sue their personal space.
Let's see. Can I zoom out? Oh wait, no, I just have to do that on the fucking thing.
Sorry, I'm laughing at what Razzle just posted.
Oh wait, I can't see it yet.
I just had a friend tell me about a D&D campaign they did with wrestlers. A final grapple/down/trip combo as effective against vampires, because it just trapped them in place until the sun came out.
Jesus Christ. I mean, that's one way to go about it. There we go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there might be a movie out there. I gotta look into it.
It's motherfucking I forgot what it's called. But hi Sue, thank you very much for the hydrate. I shall hydrate. Don't you worry. Posture check. Oh goddamn. I will posture check, I guess.
How are you gonna hydrate?
I mean, with water. I have water. Real quick, now that we're at the oh my god, Siona.
How are you gonna hydrate with something on your head?
Like this.
Sounds of drowning ensue.
Drowning. But yeah. So now that we're at the halfway point, this is what I'm gonna start doing now. Now that we're at the halfway point, I'm gonna show off Siona, your drink that I had prepared for you for this stream. So give me like 2 seconds so fucking save it onto my computer because I apparently didn't. Sorry, I'm so sorry. That felt weird. We're gonna have this drink shared up with you guys, which this because you said you liked fruity drinks, so I tried finding the most fruity drink I could find out there, and I came back with this masterpiece called the Rainbow Orgy Recipe. It is an amazing drink that only requires Midori melon liqueur, strawberry liqueur, banana liqueur, as well as orange juice. And I'm confused why it's not showing like the how to fucking make it. It just shows this is your recipe. Just mix all that shit together and boom, orgy.
I mean that's typically how orgies tend to.
I mean, you're not wrong. Let me see. I want to see. I'm pretty. I thought there was like a specific way you had to do it though. Is the thing.
No, I imagine it's probably close to how you do a screwdriver.
Yeah, I kind of see it being put into a cocktail shaker with some ice, and just poured into a tall glass.
Well, you would be 100% correct, except that you top it with the orange juice after you pour it. And that's
okay. So I do the 3 first, then I
Yeah.
pour the orange juice on top.
Yeah, specifically, yeah, it's just pouring all those into a cocktail shaker with 1/3 filled ice cubes, shaking that very, 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 very well, and then pouring the contents into a highball glass, topping that with orange juice, and serving. And that will be your rainbow orgy. Once again, I did not
I'm
have
going to call it a rainbow bowl because I don't like using the O word.
the O word. Cool.
Listen. I'm going to be honest here. I'm really shy when it comes to that kind of thing.
And
I
that's
get
perfectly
really
fine.
embarrassed and awkward when I have to say words like that.
You're fine. You're fine. What you can call it the rainbow explosion. So it's more C.
I was going to call it a Rainbow Bowl
Well, that too.
because it's a reference. Anyway,
It's a reference. To what?
to
Referring.
one of my favorite podcasts, Hello from the Magic Tavern.
Oh.
For those that don't know, several of the key designers behind the Jackbox games
Mm-hmm.
have a podcast that's an improv podcast called Hello from the Magic Tavern.
Mm-hmm.
It's about how the podcast host, Arnini Camp, fell through a magical portal behind a Burger King in Chicago into a magical world.
Nice.
And now he's trapped there, but he's still getting Wi-Fi signal from the Burger King through the portal, and so he just started his podcast there because he had all of his
Interesting.
podcast equipment with him. And it's a
Interesting.
strange setup, but it's one of the most bizarre and hilarious podcasts I ever listened to. It's improv, so improv always somehow gets raunchy.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I've heard of this before, and it definitely sounds like something I should definitely fucking watch.
Oh, it's really fun. I definitely recommend it to everyone here if they want to just have something fun to listen to. He has a couple of co-hosts on the show who also work for the Jackbox games.
Mm-hmm.
One being Usador the Blue, a Mighty Wizard, and Chunt, the Talking Badger.
Nice. We love talking badgers.
Oh yeah, no, he's adorable.
My fucking bad.
His personal goal in life is to always come up with new catchphrases. It's great.
My new catchphrase. Catchphrase. That's all it is. All I do is say catchphrase. That is my catchphrase.
You should put that on a t-shirt. I'm pretty sure that's already on a t-shirt. Never mind.
It is on a t-shirt. I forgot who it's from. I'm just like steal the joke. Sure. Let me think. I'm thinking. Let me think. So we have something in the works for you guys. Like I've said before, on the stream mostly on Twitter, but also on the stream, that on this Saturday we are going to be joined for a D&D one-shot campaign that is going to be working directly for Extra Life Children Miracle Network hospitals. So that way we can raise money for children in need. If you want to know more about Extra Life, you can go to the beginning of the stream and where we had an amazing person named Aaron joined us and talked about Extra Life and all that kind of cool stuff. But one of the things that we're doing with this stream is that I have now changed it, by the way, Jack. It's currently now $4.20, $4.20. That if you donate that much, that you will have your name put onto a merch design that we will later put it onto my merch store, where all the money that we make from that merch design will go towards donating back into Extra Life as well. So I'm currently having the merch design done right now by our lovely Sue. So I can't wait to show that off with you guys. And I will also, I'm gonna have that done and hand that out to all the people who are participating in the D&D game. So you guys will also have that as well. But I'm very excited to see how it turns out. Sienna, don't worry, we will have your updated wrestler outfit as well. So that will be exciting. But yeah, so we have that going on. Man, I really should have prepared questions today. Jack, you got any questions? I'm throwing it at you. Boom, pass.
So this will be your first time kind of like doing a D&D session with us. As you know, I'm the DM for it. I'm kind of a laid back DM, but I wanted to know, do you have any questions for me in regards to anything in the session coming up? Like what sort of things are you curious about that I can tell you about without spoiling too much about it?
Nothing I can really think of.
Fair enough.
I haven't DM'd. I mean, not DM'd. I haven't played a game with you, so I honestly don't know what to expect. So I can't really think. Yeah, no.
That's
I'm
going to
being
come to
honest,
my favor.
Yeah. So I'm definitely excited, and I guess I should ask if there's any homebrew rules that you like to use.
No, at least off the top of my head, I try to make everything up. Well, not I mean I don't try to make everything up, but I try to stick to the rules. But if I do like kind of like break the rules a little bit, I definitely like to do it in favor of the players. Like like between you and me, I'm not too concerned about weight capacity for like carrying things and stuff like that, as long as it's not completely ridiculous.
We
I'm not.
own 500 pieces of bread.
Yeah, that is another problem, but I will address that one in your guys' campaign.
True facts
That's
of
right.
Dizzler.
Yep, Diz has
I
single-handedly
carry the
ruined a
cart
town's
home with
economy.
me.
Well, to be fair, that wasn't a Diz decision, but also
No,
like
that was before I was even here.
yeah. But no, like a lot of this should be a lot of fun for you guys. I'm excited. I'm nervous also because this will be my first time having you guys as my players. But I'm also excited for a lot of the really neat stuff that I'm hoping you guys will enjoy. Um, I'm kind of to kind of like paint the picture of the stream. I'm gonna try and make it kind of like a silly stream where people will laugh and have a good time with it. We should be having some fun methods of interacting with the players. Um, and stuff like that, and some surprises here and there that should make it enjoyable. So
Mm-hmm. Because oh yeah, no, we have like a good handful of incentive donations that can be yeah, can take place and really change how the game is played for us. It can definitely make our lives so much better.
If anyone donates $69 on the dollar, I will suplex betray one person of your choosing.
I'll add that, I swear. You think I won't? I'll go do it right this second. Jack, with your permission, does she have permission to suplex us if people donate?
oh yeah, no, if somebody wants to donate, yeah, I will. I'm not going to say no to that.
$69 on the amount.
Yes, I'm
Suplex.
excited because this is now enabling me. This is enabling me, and this makes me happy. Donate money for a good cause, and because it enables me to suplex people.
Well, I think this will probably be a good opportunity to talk about some of the donation incentives if we have not already.
Yeah.
One of those donation incentives that we were discussing, when we did the big extra live stream last year, we had a whole bunch of like really interesting donation incentives,
I'm
and
in danger.
one of those donation incentives last year was if somebody had donated $100, they would they would get the players would get a wish. They would be able to get one of their wishes granted, as long as it did not like in the story early, if that makes sense. And so this is something along the lines of some of the fun that we're going to be having. We've got all sorts of great incentives that'll help you guys as the players, and also incentives to kind of harass me as the DM.
Oh yeah,
So
most definitely.
my goal is not to make it easy for you guys. Doable, but not easy.
Oh yeah, most definitely. If you want, I can go through real quick and I can go through some incentives so that way you have a little bit of an insight on insight knowledge of what to expect if people donate these incentives. Because there's a lot that could really happen. First and foremost, we're gonna go from like lowest price to highest price. First and foremost, like I said, the $4.20, $4.20. You can memorialize yourself on merch. Have your name put onto our poster design / shirt design that we will have, and all proceeds will go to Extra Life. And then I will also be doing a giveaway of that design to somebody through Twitter after we have put it live and all that good stuff. Number 5 is Speak to the Muppets. If you donate $5, you can have your voice be heard by the Muppets. Be it one Muppet who you want to whisper sweet nothings to, or maybe you want to shout out to the whole team. Let your voice be heard to them. Basically, a little, a little crazy voice in the back of your fucking head, just being like, hey man, you should suplex them.
We had those last year, and we had one of our characters. The character's name was Janark. He was a Minotaur chef, and he really liked to cook. and somebody kept donating
Beef.
the speaker voice and just saying the word beef, and it was like a running joke throughout the whole 12-hour stream.
Beef.
So with that incentive, anybody would be able to actually like physically talk to you guys in the game. You would just hear like this voice saying, "Yeah, suplex Diz, just do it."
It's like, hey, yo. So that's gonna be an interesting one. Oh yeah, it's an interesting one. It's like obviously if you're in chat and like if you like don't. I will preface this right now before we go any further with incentives. If you do not have the money to donate, do not feel like you have to.
Oh,
You
yeah.
are perfectly 100% like what the fuck? What's the word I'm thinking? Able to just talk to us in chat. And you know, there's times where if you're talking to us in chat, like you know, we can bring it up in the game. You know, to a degree that you know, as long as it's not like, oh god, now we're here for 17 hours, kind of thing. But you're 100% welcome to just like you know talk in chat, and we'll you know there will be times that we can bring that into the game and just talk about stuff or answer questions and stuff like that. Do not feel like you have to donate. The donating is just an incentive to you know do a specific thing or just you know donate to a cause. So
No, I plan on donating myself. You know,
donate
I've been
responsibly.
blessed with a good job with some extra money, so I want to, you know, try to give back and help out too.
For sure, for sure.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
make sure you don't put yourself in a bad spot if you're donating.
I'm going to donate my life savings. That should be fun.
Please don't.
See, I want to say the same thing, but I don't think a $13 donation will really
Ah.
help.
Hey, but just like we talked with Aaron, $12 of that 13 would go into getting a teddy bear for a kid.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's
So
all for a good cause. I know I'm going to be promoting this too. I have a couple of
yeah.
friends on the West Marches server that want to watch, so I'm gonna make sure they're there.
Hell yeah,
And, you
for
know,
sure.
oh, I think they
Next.
just want to see me suplex people, so you know that's also good.
Oh yeah, it's always fun to suplex people. Next up on our list is number 5. This one is another one of those cases where it's like this one you really don't have to donate to this one. This one is just for jokes. It is hydrate before you dehydrate. I already have a hydrate redeem for channel points, but if you want to go that extra mile and be like, hey man, here's $5 to hydrate, I will chug whatever I have in front of me, and then I'll hydrate with that through and through.
Just
If
will
you
do
donate
it.
to that.
I fully believe it.
So you know, if that's something you want, go off, Chief. Go off, I guess. Next one is gonna be for $10. So now we're going to 10. This is items for the felt ones, which is going to be a redeem that will give one of the Muppets. You can choose if you want. I'll have it so that way you can comment on it. And pick what Muppet you want, or if you don't care who it's going to and just want to give it to anybody in our team, it will have Jack give us an item that will help us in our campaign.
Yeah, so the way that one will work is I'll kind of assess what is most needed right in there, or what I know is coming up and what they'll need for that, and I'll give an item out, but it'll be an item from you, the donor, to them.
The ghostly hand reaches out from the void and gives us an item. It's a wand of smiles. It's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this?
Wand of smile. That's a weird way to say wand of firebolt.
Need a higher redeem to give us something cursed. I was like, I mean,
No.
hey.
Oh, we need a redeem for not even cursed or like good magic items for useless magic items, like the Rock of Gravity Detection.
So yeah,
Or the bagpipes of invisibility.
that brings up a fair point. Let me ask you guys, since some of you guys are here, how would you guys like an opportunity for the donors and the viewers to kind of hinder you guys, to kind of give you those useless items, the cursed items, the oh my goodness, it'll make us harder items?
Oh, by all means, hinder me away. We're already a glass cannon. Make us even worse.
I don't argue and have like a random item chart where anything could be given to us. It could be good. It could be bad. We don't know what we're going to get. I always kind of want to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So someone could try to help us, but just like unknowingly harm us instead.
something I could get behind.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
yeah.
like a big old RNG chart. 'Cause I think RNG charts are amazing.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
RNG, but like just random charts, like Wild Magic, for instance.
Jack,
Yo,
we
Just,
need to work on that.
let's not create a zone of anti-magic that causes the apocalypse.
I just got permission from Razzle to monkey paw you guys, so
Ah,
Thanks, Razzle.
thanks,
Every
Razzle.
item is a
I
cursed
get
item.
monkey pod. Every time I get monkey pod, something weird happens.
And this is why I have greater restoration. Actually, I don't know if I have that on my character
So-
yet.
yeah.
And this is why I don't go to Denny's anymore.
This is why I don't go to Denny's.
So yeah, I do have from last year's campaign. I do have a custom wild magic table in the form of a slot machine.
Which-
That was a lot of fun for the players. We got it quite often. It was an incentive, a reward.
God, we got that so much towards the end.
People loved it. Yeah, there was
Spin the
somebody
wheel.
there was somebody who donated for the slot machine like 6 times, and
Mhm.
it was not a cheap donation.
Yes, let me think. What is it on this one? I want to say it's this one called Chaos Time.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Wheel of Chaos. But yeah, that one is honestly so freaking. That one's $30. Someone donated like $150 at one point just so it's like 5 spins, please.
Yeah.
God, no. I would love to run that. You know what, Razzle? I would like to invite you to a Battle Royale one shot that I'm planning. I'm gonna put that somewhere in there.
I've
See,
only ever drawn from the deck of many things once.
I like the deck of many things, but it is definitely not a one shot sort of thing.
I mean,
I
depending on the card you pull, it is.
Well, yeah, like that's fair.
almost got one shot because of the card I pulled.
Jesus Christ. But yeah.
I was a bard and I drew death.
Has there already been
I
a
had to fight a dire wraith by myself.
Oh, whoa. 1 second. Has it already been a fucking hour?
Yes, it has.
Jesus Christ. Okay, real quick. We're going to rapid fire through these
Because I'm having
incentives.
fun.
I know. I'm having so much fun. But Sienna, I really missed you, honestly.
Oh, thank you. I miss you too.
And I can't
I
wait to
miss
fucking
Razzle
play.
and Dazzle. I miss Jack.
That bitch.
I just miss everyone.
Honestly, I'm so fucking excited for all of us to play together on Saturday. It's gonna be so much fun. Real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and rapid fire through these incentives. We'll give brief descriptions on them, just so that way we can get through it. Before we have to switch over. So, Razzle, I see you in chat. Prepare yourself.
That sounded more like a threat than anything.
It was. Anyways, so for another $10 donation, the DMs think that they're really funny. What can that mean? Well,
I'll have you know.
shut the fuck up. You're not. Jack likes to tell jokes. He likes more puns than anything. As to roll back the time to our Extra Life D&D game last year, where he literally was just like, "You're driving me nuts," as was like the pinnacle of all jokes for his whole entire stream.
The
Which,
best part
yes, it was built up to be funny as fuck. God. It's a time. But yes, for $10, you can tell Jack, "Hey, you, Mr. Funny Man, make a funny joke. Make us laugh." So if you want not a free joke, if you want a $10 joke, I can guarantee it's not going to be worth $10, but hey, you can have a joke.
I have comedy gold, thank you.
I don't know about that one, Chief. Anyways, for another our last $10 donation, we have Hey Googly Eyes. Think you might want to look over there. Which basically is a donation where if you feel like we're kind of getting off the beaten path and we're struggling on a puzzle or something like that, you can donate the $10 and basically it will have Jack point us into the direction of where we need to be or go, or like towards the answer of what we need to do. So that way we can not struggle like for 15 hours.
Like puzzles or anything like that.
Yeah. Because he likes to make puzzles and he likes to make us cry.
I historically hate puzzles, but
Which is why you want to make us hate them too.
yep, it's a mutual thing.
Yeah. for $15, you can get a shout out. You shall be known, get a shout out. Basically, we'll shout you out here on Twitter, anywhere you want us to shout you out, basically, and just give you a free shout out and be like, hey, yo, this person's pretty fucking cool, you know? Paywall our campaign, please no. And it's like, yeah, you can't get to the final boss unless you pay $50.
Oh God, no! Please, let's not do that.
No.
Like the way these incentives are, if you guys yourselves want to like donate and get all these like rewards and stuff, there's nothing stopping that.
We will paywall this bitch.
They will remain nameless, but one of my players last year donated for a wish spell.
So you're saying I can donate myself, donate money to myself? Never mind, not bad. Donate money myself to the cause that I could suplex betrayal someone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, if you feel like you need to, like,
Okay,
like
so you're totally fucked.
It's like if you ever feel like, man, I'm in the mood to suplex somebody, boom, there you go. So you want a no repercussions kind of suplex, boom, there you go. Let's see. We got a couple $20 donations. First up is gonna be question time. You can basically ask us any questions, and we will stop, take our time to answer the questions. It can be for one person, it can be for the group, it can be for whatever you want. Donate it. We'll answer whatever the hell you want. You want us to tell us how babies are made? I guess we can figure that out.
well, I will preface this by saying, like, as a player, if one of you guys are asked a question and you're not comfortable with answering that, I'm not going to make you answer that. Like that's just not fair to you guys.
This is also true.
Yeah. So yeah, to everyone else playing, just say I'm not comfortable with that.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer.
Yeah, if they're like, Diz, here's a question, I want you to dox yourself, and you're like,
Say, all right, cool. I'll that for.
Yeah, I'm going to give them like an old address where like somewhere I no longer live, and they can go harass those people and get arrested.
Jesus. $276 for Sienna to have her solo campaign. It's just Suplex Central. We can work
I
that
still
out.
have yet to come up with a wrestler name for myself, so I got to come up with that during the next couple of days.
It's like, you got 2 days.
I know. I may just have to stick with the Suplex Queen moniker.
Probably. Let's see. We also have advantageous behavior for a Muppet, which will basically just give a Muppet of your choosing a I believe it's a natural 20, right? Or no, it'll give you advantage on your next roll that you have to do. So, you know, $20, boom, your Muppet of your choice gets an advantage on the next roll. If you're a barbarian and you do reckless, I mean, you already get that advantage, but hey, whatever. Excuse me, sorry. But yeah, so advantageous behavior for $20. Our last $20 is Fate and Fortune, which is going to be my incentive that I contributed to this year, which is I have a deck of cards, which are Fate and Fortune cards, which basically you can decide if you want to give a Fate or a Fortune card to a Muppet, or you can, you know, pick all of the Muppets and I'll give them to everybody. And basically is a card that will be advantageous, as in, you know, giving somebody advantage, giving them a plus whatever to a roll, and such like that, or the opposite, giving somebody disadvantage or giving them minus blah 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 to a roll. And you know, you can just give that out and, you know, cause a little chaos to the game, you know, kind of stuff. And then let's see. We also got a $30 donation for Chaos Time, which is our little Wheel of Fortune kind of thing that we were talking about.
or misfortune. I said or misfortune.
Or misfortune. Sometimes you can, you know, dig a grave for anything that dies, like a pot of soup. The crabs that you cooked for that pot of soup. And such things as Lysier Pertelled. For $40. Oh wow, it's a nat 20. You can basically just give somebody a natural 20 for their next roll, which is pretty pog, you know. And it's like, hey, we need that really fucking nice roll. Help us out, Chief. Help us out. Number 50 is hinder the Muppet God known as the DM. So, you hate the DM. You know that guy right there, Jack, underneath Siona? Hate him. Give him a nat 1 for his next roll, basically. Which is going to be a nice time for us, so bang, bang,
Especially
bang.
if I'm about to murder somebody.
Hey, you know what, Chief? I'm just saying what the prompter is telling me. Next
You're the
up,
one who built the prompter.
I mean, you're not wrong. Our next one, as per popular request by Siona, for $69, you can donate to have Siona suplex somebody. So hey, you want somebody to just get suplex out of no necessity at all? Boom, there you go. Free suplex for you.
Honestly, not a bad deal.
Not a bad deal. For $75, we have Ghostly Companion, which basically is just going to give us a Ghostly Companion that you will get to name. Jack has a couple of character sheets that he'll use for that, I believe. And it will just add us a companion that we can have for our game, and just be like, "Hello, sir. Who was the Ghost Companion last year? What was his name?"
A beefcake.
Ah, yes, Beefcake. He was a joyous time to have. So that'd be nice. You know, get your own ghostly companion to join us. If enough people have it, we can have an army. And then lastly, we have $100 donation, which is the Wish Upon a Star donation, which is going to give a player of your choice the wish spell, which they can use to cast a wish within reason, as Jack stated earlier, that will come true hopefully. So yeah, that's our incentives for this our D&D game, and I'm very excited to see what happens and what gets donated and how much chaos gets brought to this table.
It should be a really good time.
Can Muppets really die? I figured they would just be retired and put into a museum next to animatronic presidents and old theme park characters.
Those are only the famous puppets. Muppets. Like where do bad Muppets go to die? I'm assuming something like Five Nights at Freddy's, but
Bad
Funny
Muppets.
enough,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
like thousands of Muppets the Jim Henson Company has used. There's so many of them that they've only used one time. So they're all just locked away in storage. I think about that a lot. Sorry.
They're
Random
just in a
tangent.
box.
Yeah. Like this one Muppet that was designed specifically to be in a Kenny Rogers music video. Never
Solo
used again.
Jesus. Alrighty. And with that, now that we have wrapped up our incentives, that is going to wrap up this section of the open tap. Sienna, thank you much.
thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Shush. Thank you very much for joining us today on the open tap. It was good being able to talk to you again, especially before our stream this Saturday. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Always a pleasure to be here
Of course.
and to talk shit.
Of course. And somebody has to in our team. So hey, it was a pleasure having you here today. We're gonna take a small break so I can refill my water real quick. And then we're gonna get Razzle in here. So I'm gonna throw us on the BRB screen real quick and mute mics, and then we will be right back. So yeah, talk to you guys in a second.
I have returned. Oh,
we go.
goblins are historically smaller than like people, so
That's true.
Hi, I'm back. I did unmute my mic. Thank you, Siona. So hey, welcome back. We're back to the Open Tap stream where we are going to be talking about D&D with our next guest, which is Razzlegob. Razzlegob, say hi.
Hello.
Let me make sure your levels are good. Good levels, cool levels, good shit. So, Razzle used the cheat code for big head mode. Yes, they did. So what I'm gonna do real quick, I'm just gonna go ahead and get your character sheet pulled up
Yeah, I need to pull my own up as well.
because today's name of the game is we're gonna just talk about everybody's D&D character as well as D&D in general, and what to expect from you during this game. So number one question. That's not the question. Sorry, I choked on fucking air. Don't know how I did that, but okay. But today's question is: we already know that you play D&D, which I believe you stated before to us on a different stream as well. Just want to get a brief overview of your kind of like experience with D&D, as well as any questions you might have for Jack on him being your DM for this session.
Oh, I got pretty like brief D&D history. It originally started was one of my friends that I played World of Warcraft with invited me because there was a mutual that they knew that hosted D&D campaigns.
Mm-hmm.
The individual, actually, I can't remember the exact condition. I think it might like be in like agoraphobia or something. It's like the one that's like the fear of like leaving your house or interacting with
yeah,
people.
Mm-hmm.
agoraphobia.
Yeah, it was so traumatizing for this individual that like they're actually like completely like house like written, I guess, in a way.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like just a way to help them cope was being able to interact with people and be able to do D&D. So that's kind of how it started for me. It was kind of like doing campaigns with them, and then it turned out it was like, oh, this is actually like really fun. I enjoy doing this.
Damn, that's awesome. That's really cool that that's something that you like did to help out that person, because especially with people who suffer from that kind of stuff, it's really hard for them to even communicate, and just in general, and being able to have that kind of outlet to communicate with people can be really awesome, especially with D&D, because of how fucking cool it is and all the things you can do and all the different like ways you can play, and just have something for everybody basically. Is really nice to have that for them. So that's really cool of you, mate.
Yeah.
So, what is your typical character you usually play? Do you have like a typical character you play when you play D&D?
I usually like lean into Artificer as like my favorite class to actually play as. That's the one I enjoyed the most anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But when I first played, I actually played a monk just because I was like, I had no idea what I was doing, and they're like, yeah, this is kind of like generally the easiest one to sort of ease into everything.
Yeah, monks are pretty easy to get into, and honestly, especially because it gives you that opportunity to kind of just sidestep away from like spell casting right away. Like it gives you just like, hey, punch that dude, you're good, kind of thing. So it gives you that opportunity to just play the game and experience it without having to be like, what the fuck is a spell slot?
Yeah. Funny enough, my first campaign when I did that monk with this DM, I rolled so poorly, except when I was not supposed to. My rolls were so terrible that I actually ended up becoming part of the DM side of the campaign and becoming a villain. near the
Jesus
end of it.
Christ. Should I be concerned for our fucking glass cannon ass team?
No, no.
I mean, it depends just how the dice go.
God. Well,
You
that's
know,
interesting to know.
when I'm rolling nat ones
Dude.
against being charmed from the enemy to rolling nat 20s when I'm stealing stuff from my own team.
Dude. That's some villainous ass rolls. God damn. I like I want to say my roll luck is pretty like middle of the barrel, but man, that once fucking it's like so wait, did you oh stop fuck Deli, why? Deli. Wait, no, that's you. They were in cahoots with that one. That's interesting that you just straight up became basically a villain in that game because you rolled so poorly. Goddamn.
Yeah, I was like stealing like the core like MacGuffins of that story.
Jesus. So have you like messed with spellcasters before though? Because I know you're playing a bard for this game. Have you messed with spellcasting at all?
Outside of Artificer, that's the closest I've been to spellcasting.
Gotcha. Now is there a specific reason you decided to go bard for this one shot?
So I actually workshop this character like several times over because I just wasn't happy with how it was turning out, and I finally found like a spot where I'm like actually I'm pretty thrilled with how it ended up being.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever we think about Muppets, we're like, oh, we're gonna just be like these horrific Muppets terrorizing this countryside. So I was like, okay, I gotta think of something just really, just terrible to play. And I was like, oh, if I played like a College of Creation bard and like went hard into like NFT logic and stuff like that, I'm like, that's pretty horrendous.
Jeez.
So like that's what I originally want to do, but like the more that I was like kind of researching it and trying to like just to watch these videos about it and stuff, I'm like,
Thank you for the follow.
it could be funny as like a parody and stuff, but at the same time, like I feel like everyone else would also have to have like some baseline knowledge of like NFTs and stuff
It's like,
for
hey, what the fuck
the
is an
comedy.
NFT?
Yeah, so I was like, I don't want to sit there and like have like a one shot where I'm like explaining this joke for it to be funny.
I mean, hey, sometimes sometimes those are like the really funny characters where you have to. It's like because I think that's like to a degree how Diz is really, where Diz is constantly being fucking mistaken as a guy and always constantly being like just like it's like oh him this him that and I'm just like it's like okay but I'm a girl so it's like it's like please don't fuck that up and then it's just having to constantly be on that explaining thing is like I'm a girl 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 I am a female my guy and then it's just like okay this is just my running thing now it's like
Yeah, like a straight man stick.
it's like come on man. And that's why Diz is bi, because it's just like, look, if I'm gonna be a guy, I might as well fucking like a guy. But the one thing I wanted to ask about, because it was one of those like having the chat for us on Discord, and then just like out of the blue, see you type into the chat. It's like, hey, Jack, can I have a phone? I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, so I'm still leaning into that as the spell focus, but I changed direction, so I'm not really going to go like the NFT route. I was kind of workshopping the idea of like, oh, what if I was like just a toxic media influencer and I did like College of Whispers, and I forgot what the College of Whispers thing was, like the one that adds like I think necrotic damage to attack. I was like, what if I was just like canceling people on Twitter and stuff like that as like the like the necrocious damage to, but then I was
Jesus.
like,
I love that. I like when you came up to me about the initial concept about the cell phone. I'm like, oh, that's different. I've never really heard about that. And then like we were talking about it, I was thinking about it. I'm like, actually, this sounds like really great.
It's like, you know what? You might be fucking onto something.
yeah, but then yeah, I kept going in that direction. Like, what if I stopped going on the horrific route and started going on just like the stupid, like Muppet logic? And I was like, okay, what if I did College of Glamour, but the College of Glamour magic would be, still based like Bard magic is, based off of, like creativity or inspiration, or like, what if I did it like the bard magic was developed through vanity and like ego? And I was like, what if I just like did like Instagram, like social media, and I just kind of legit glamored, but like I would use phone filters as magic.
Jesus Christ. I was about to say, it's like you taking fucking selfies on the battlefield. It's just like, hey, selfie. But really, it's just a fucking cone of clothes. Jeez.
All right, everybody, freeze.
It's like, I just need to take this portrait photo, and you're dead.
That's basically what it's gonna be.
Fucking
love that.
nice. Now, this is my first time like seeing somebody's like actual like somebody who actually knows how to do spellcasting, like what their like whatchamacallit spell list looks like. Oh, Deli, no, I just filled up this water ball, you asshole. 1 second. Give me a second to drink 600 milliliters of water.
I actually even have my spell list here off to the side and have like how a different one would be incorporated with like cell phone usage. A lot of them I mean are like filter based, but some of them are a little bit different.
I love that. I can't wait to see that in effect in the game on Saturday.
And I also thought about like, well, wouldn't having a cell phone be kind of like broken in some instances, like when I use it to like solve certain situations? But I'm like, what if it was just like all the contacts I have were just all just a Muppets that don't know anything any better than we do, so it doesn't really help that regard.
God, I just thought about this as I was mid-drink. Is your fucking dancing lights cantrip, is it just gonna be you turning on your flashlight on your phone?
That's what I have written. That's exactly it.
I fucking hate it. God, that's amazing. I was like, wait a second. Wait a fucking second. Honestly, that's like my favorite thing when it comes to like spellcasting. That's why I really wanted to get into spellcasting. Is that sorry. Fuck. I drowned myself a little bit. Is doing all that kind of like flavor to your spellcasting and having that like that like uniqueness to how you specifically cast magic. Oh god. And it's like you doing that with your cell phone is gonna be so fucking interesting to see.
Yeah, I also got I took the Fey Touched, I believe, feat. I have to go double check. But it gives you Misty Step, and I'm like, what if I had Misty Step is I was just taking a picture, but I moved the camera really fast and it ended up being blurry.
It was just like, what happened to him? Oh, I'm over there. It's canonic lore that Muppets cannot be caught in camera, so it's just always blurry. And it's like, so tell me, what other kind of spell flavors do you have, or would you rather keep that a mystery until it happens on game?
A few of them are really good that I kind of want to keep to it, but like some of them are like a lot of them are phone filter based, like something like polymorph. I just like use like a phone filter, turn someone into like a cat or something.
It's just the fucking old dog filter. It's like,
Yeah.
It's like, hey, yo, man, look at this filter I found. Dork. I imagine sending is just texting somebody.
I have sending is just tweeting.
God fucking damn it. I'm so excited to see that then. The other thing I'm excited for is the fact that you're just well-rounded overall because you are a bard, so you have that jack of all trades feature, which just honestly just makes all your fucking scores pretty much good.
Yeah, I noticed. Like every time, because I've made a bard once before for a different campaign. We were doing like a campaign that was similar to like a Secret Santa, where we're making characters for other people.
Mm-hmm.
And I was making a bard, and I was like, I feel like I'm doing this wrong because they get so many like proficiencies and expertise.
It gets fucking crazy. I have because that's what Diz is. Diz is a bard, so like I'm excited to see how fucking like broken she gets later on. Because like even looking at just your character sheet, like having a +9 to persuasion and a +9 to deception, you can swing any conversation your fucking way, dude. Like even with like a nat 1, that still puts you at middle of the barrel. God. But like, and even looking at your stats, where it's like you have like +0 to wisdom and intelligence, even with that, like all your scores for intelligence skills and wisdom skills are at least a 1.
Yeah, when I was using stats, I was making it based more off of like how the Muppet character would be as opposed to working it around the class.
Mm-hmm. But hey, it works. And honestly, that's how I kind of make my characters. I make my characters based off of an idea I have. Like with Diz, I wanted an electric casting bard that was very specific to, like, trying to soothe people with music and flirt their way to the top. And so that's how it is skill wise for me. And that's how I created her. And that's also why I don't have any I have like 2 healing spells on Diz. That's why when looking at your bard as well and seeing all your healing spells, I'm like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, I don't think I have too many healing. I think I just have like cure runes.
You got that cure wounds, enhanced ability, heroism. Sure, those are temporary health points, but hey, HP is HP.
Yeah. Oh, that's the one thing I wasn't sure when going into this is like when I wasn't sure doing a one shot, like what all would it entail if it would just be more heavily focused on combat encounters or if there would be like puzzle solving or like conversation and negotiation sort of aspects to it as well. So I was like, really wasn't sure how to cater this if I should have went heavy into doing damage or what. So I was like, I'll just do kind of like a more like sort of utility where it still can be well rounded in and outside of combat situations.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And it's a perfect time to throw Jack back into the fire. Because yeah, it's like especially with last year, like I didn't have to make my character last year, for the one shot I was a part of. But I also was in the same mindset. Well, like it's like, is this gonna be just fighting? Is this just gonna be like conversations? Is it gonna be both? Because that's how I model my one shots. Because I usually do combat one shots though. So like I'm here for fighting. So I wasn't sure what Jack was planning on doing. So I'm not sure what he's got planned for us either.
So I don't want to spoil too many surprises, but what I will say is that I learned a lot from last year's game, and I we're not going to have the same 12-hour time slot as we did last year. So I wanted to do something that was fun where combat is involved, but I wanted to look into other avenues to explore other options other than combat that would still make it fun and interactive for you guys. To help kind of get through the story, get all my dumb jokes out, and then also keep into the time constraints of when we're doing this.
Oh, show. Now let's see. I'm trying to think. Which Muppet one did you end up going with, Razzle?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Which Muppet did you end up deciding on for your race?
Oh, I need to go double check that. I thought it was.
I thought it was Hand of the Monster, maybe.
It's the one that gives the charisma bonus.
Charisma. Which, by the way, being a Muppet in general, that's so many bonuses already. Because, like, you gain...
AC.
Yeah. Dude, wait a second. What? Okay, question. Oh, wait, what? Do I have to figure Nothing. I'm trying to figure out if I need to fix Siona's AC or not. Because I know that hers, like, specifically because she had a subclass where it was weird with her AC. That I had to go fix it manually because she got additional bonuses that were not being put in. I'm trying to figure out if I need to do the same thing with Razzle, but I think you should be fine. Because you got leather, which is an 11, plus your dexterity bonus, which puts you at 13. And then you get the +2 to being always obscured. Which, god damn. It's just... it's like, that's gonna be the thing. It's like, you and Siona are gonna be really fucking hard to get hit. Because y'all got the high ACs, and then there's me, where I'm pretty sure my AC is like a 13 or a 14. 'Cause I'm here to be the bare minimum.
Yeah, but on the flip side, none of us really have that much HP except for Dazzle.
Yeah. See, when Siona told me that she was going to be a monk, I thought monks got way more health than that.
Oh no.
I was just like, oh, fuck. Well, we're just going to have to sit behind Dazzle as she tanks for us. Yeah. It's going to be a very interesting time trying to not just die as a glass cannon, so...
Yeah, that's why I kind of switched a little bit of my stuff up. I was gonna take the feat for polearm specialty and actually use a spear because I was gonna make it a selfie stick and put the self out on the opposite side of it.
God fuck.
But then I saw my HP and I'm like, maybe this might not be a good idea.
Maybe not. And it's like it's definitely gonna be a time that we have to like, because I think you and Lily are the only people on our team that can heal us. It's like naturally we get a healing factor for being Muppets because we can cast mending on ourselves. But that's about it. And we only get one use of that. So hey, mending. And I think we get 2d8 for mending. But whatchamacallit, I'm excited to see that because yeah, no. Like I say every time I look at it, it's like, God damn, we're literally just a glass cannon. Yeah, sure, we have no fucking HP, but I'm pretty sure the things we can do attack wise are gonna make up for it. Just because, oof, spells, man.
I just looked at one of my descriptions and it got me a little bit. I have detect poison disease and it says consult WebMD/ask Ant on Facebook.
Wait, what? Where is this?
So under like what I have for how my spells work, I have detect poison and disease, and it says consult WebMD/ask Ant on Facebook.
Jesus Christ. Hey, Aunt Muppet, am I dying? God. You're gonna probably make me laugh the fucking most. By popular demand. God damn, I'm trying to think of other things I want to ask you about your character. Jack, you got any questions?
I am so excited. I'm excited to see what Razzle will bring with this cell phone trick. Like the more you keep talking about it, the more I'm getting giddy with excitement about it. Do you have any questions for me as a DM? Any questions on how I'm going to run things or anything like that?
Actually, the only question I have is more just this is the most boring question ever because I just do not know. I've never used a ranged weapon. I don't know how many arrows I get for a bow.
You're good. Typically you start out with about 10, and then unless you recover them, you'll have to go and buy more. Since this is one shot, I'm open to give you guys like a lot more.
Infinite arrow.
It's a riveting question, I know.
Yeah, I'll give you some more arrows to start with for this one shot. That way you don't have to worry about having just 10.
Let's see.
Yeah, outside of that, yeah, usually questions I normally have is like before we start, like usually something like, yeah, if I could have a cell phone or something. Usually like during the character creation. I'm like,
yeah.
Let me see. I'm gonna grab something because it is now that time where we're gonna go into the goddamn it. That scared me. Where I will now present your drink that I have made for you. Blah, 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 blah. Give me like 2 seconds to get it pulled up on stream real quick, as well as yeah, I pulled it on stream. Which you can find this one. If I know you say you're definitely not drinking it nearly as much as you used to. So it's definitely something if you want to try at some point in time, you can. I know I will definitely try it at some point. But it is called the Sparkler. And if I could find where I put this fucking image. Oh, no, that's not the right one. Stop. Oh, and now it's too big for the screen. So give me a second so I can get the sparkler up here. But basically what this is I wanted to find as close of a drink that resembled the drink that you made on Twitter. Because when I was looking for drinks, I was just like, okay, what to do for everybody. And I remember that you had done that when everybody was doing it, like the little Pictaro drink thing.
Yeah.
So I saw that and I was like, I wonder if I can find a drink that's like, it looks like that. And this was the closest thing I could find. It's called the Sparkler. It requires ice, absolute vodka, blue curacao. I keep pronouncing that wrong. I probably just did it again. Cranberry juice, lemon lime soda, as well as a wedge of lime. And all you got to do to make it is fill a highball glass with ice cubes, add your vodka, slowly pour on some of that blue down the side of the glass, and then slowly pour the cranberry juice down the side of the glass to layer it. And then finally top with your lemon lime soda. And then if your layers seem to be mixing together, give them a minute, and then garnish with your lime. And that is how you make your sparkler. So I
That's
thought
not
it
too
was
bad.
interesting.
But I'm not one for like absolute vodka. I'd rather get some Grey Goose if I'm going with vodka.
Hey, I'm pretty sure you can change it out. I'm pretty sure it's just vodka in general. And it's like
Yeah.
I personally too am not a fan of absolute vodka. I'm more of a Smirnoff person when it comes to vodkas. I know Jack is a freaking Grey Goose person. I saw their bottle back home.
Yeah, get loose off the goose.
Yeah,
Jeez.
absolutely.
See, I can't do that though because like the last time I had Grey Goose was when I was underage. And I was drinking in the back of one of my friend's cars, and I spilled the whole entire bottle in the back seat.
That makes me weep.
Yeah, that's devastating.
I was just like, "I'm sorry," and they're like, "Clean it up." I'm like, "I'm sorry." So that's my Grey Goose story, and that's why I don't drink Grey Goose. Because anytime I go to grab a bottle, I'm just like, "No, I can't do it again."
That
Um,
makes me sad.
I'm sorry. I know you love Grey Goose. I'm sorry for wasting it. Let's see. Oh, what happened to my audio? Boop, 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 boop. See, all my audio just went away for like 2 seconds because I accidentally nudged the dial in the back of my headphones. I'm trying to think of more questions. We kind of lightning round it. Is there anything particularly outside of just D&D in general, like specific to like just the stream that you're wondering about, like how because I'm not sure if you caught it all, but we're also going to have those incentive donations and all the different things that people can do if they donate certain amounts to affect our game. I know you were suggesting to just completely just wreck us instead of help us.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
like that
yeah.
idea.
It's like, Jack, I thought you were here to help us.
Yeah, that.
And immediately it changed as soon as Razzle opened his mouth.
Look, I am all for what'll make me laugh the most.
Yeah, that's usually just making things be tormenting for the actual D&D party. It's usually the funniest.
Yeah. Yeah,
What?
that's what I'm all for.
For sure. Well, like I did for Siona, and I kind of want to do this now for the rest of the people that we're bringing in. I want to give you the privilege of adding a incentive donation if you would like, of something that you would like to give some like people an option to donate for.
Oh, absolutely. If you can make a tier where one of the other players has to perform the actions for someone else on their turn.
I like that idea.
That's a pretty nice idea.
Kind of like you're talking about something like kind of like giving your turn to them.
Yeah, like say if someone did like they donated, like Siona would have to just perform like my turn, like do whatever, like
Oh, as your character.
yeah.
Yeah, I really like that.
Alrighty. Okay, so what shall we put this as the amount for? How much do you want to make that incentive behind? This could be a group decision.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on where that could fall because I feel like in most cases, if someone took my turn for me, it would probably just be only beneficial because I think most people would know the game better than I do.
Siona, that is a scary thought. I love it. Yeah, no, that's a terrifying thought. And yeah, I honestly believe the same thing where I'm like, yeah, people could definitely fucking play this so much better than I can. Because I made my wizard just for the memes, honestly. Like, and I'll go. So I actually I don't have a section for myself, so I'll go into it now. I made a Graviturgy wizard, which I'm not sure if you know about that, Razzle.
Briefly, I know they can
They're
do some pretty fun stuff.
they can do some fun stuff and they can do some fuck stuff. Um, my main goal when I was making my character was two things and two spells. Gravity Sinkhole and Immovable Object. And that is because I have one maneuver that I'm going to pull off of both of those spells because I also took Meta Magic, so that way I can do Quicken Spell. And let's just say I'm going to be skewering people. I'm going to be fucked up is what I'm going to be. And I'm
Yeah, so you
very
were
excited.
really into like the horrific aspect of Muppetry.
Yes, I am. I'm there to be the chaos of cursed Muppets. I'm just like, I'm here to make your life fucking hell. Because, dude, Graviturgy wizards can do some really messed up stuff, especially later on. But I think I can only do like a movable object like one time. Like my trick is literally a one-shot trick. I can only do it one time. But it's gonna be a fun one time, and I'm gonna leave it for some point in time later on in the campaign. Um, but yeah, it's definitely gonna be an incentive that would I'd say middle ground price wise. Because it's like it would be beneficial to see how other people play your character. Litchi, thank you for the raid. Oh my god. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Welcome everybody. My name is Diz the Goblin. I am joined here by Jack Reckham as well as Razzlegob. And hi. We're just talking about D&D and Extra Life and all that good stuff and how I'm gonna be killing people as a Muppet. I'm here for murder.
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 Yeah, my question is about gravity mages. Could you have two of them and one, like, have them push like an NPC in the opposite directions and essentially like crush them in the middle of the air?
I could see that working.
Oh god, that would be fucking terrifying. Because I don't know. Razzle, do you know Critical Role?
I do not know. I mean, I know
Oh.
of them, but I've never like watched them or anything.
Okay, so there was this character in their second campaign. Thank you very much for the resubscribe for 6 months. Echo, love you. Thank you. Where, because he's a Graviturgy wizard, and there is a stealth mission, and I put heavy quotes on stealth, where they literally just, whatchamacallit, they cast Gravity Sinkhole, which basically takes a character and at point of space and shoots them into that position and basically crushes them into that position. And he did that to 2 guards, where instead of the quiet route where they crushed them on the ground, they made the point on the ceiling so that the way the guard would go shoot up into the ceiling and just slowly crush up there into a ball of metal in their armor. I'm just like, holy shit, what the fuck is going on?
Hey, there's stealth missions, and then there's also nobody's alive to tell me stealth missions.
Exactly.
What better way to hide the body than on the ceiling?
They never look up.
They'll never come down if they're always up there. God, I just always like after seeing stuff like that, I've always wanted to play with those new subclasses because it's the Graviturgy Wizard and the Chronoturgy Wizard. Now Jack wouldn't let me have a Chronoturgy Wizard for obvious reasons. Um,
Also, I hate time travel, but
I mean, hey, I can't even do time travel. I'm pretty sure that's like later in my subclass. Um, but like Graviturgy Wizards, they're fucked, but they're still workable. So I got a bunch of different gravity stuff. I'm excited to use on with you, not on you guys, with you guys.
and that's when that donation for Siona comes in, where Siona just so flexes somebody.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's see. So, Jack, what's a good incentive amount for this one?
For the letting I would say because it's fun. It's something that would get people interested in it. I would say probably maybe 25.
Okay. Sounds good. Razzle, what would you like to name this?
Oh, since we're all Muppets, maybe it'd be something along the lines of someone else's hand is up there.
Okay.
I love that.
So so the name is gonna be someone else's hand is up my felt.
Perfect.
We're gonna make that unlimited. And then the start day will be the day of the stream, end day the day after the stream. And then we want to have the person specify. Do we want to have them specify which Muppet is controlling which Muppet, or do we want to give that control to somebody else?
You can have them specify which person controls which person, or
Yeah.
or you can also add, or you can leave it up to the DM's choice. In which case, I would just choose whoever's the next person in line.
With that fucking tennis ball. Muppet you'd like to have control the other Muppet or leave.
Guess we also have to be familiar a little bit with their character sheet too.
Yeah, and that's why I really like D&D Beyond, because like you can just look at all everybody's characters.
Yeah, I was totally doing that to make sure I was setting mine up correctly.
Oh my god. Okay, so we got a $25 donation called Someone Else's Hand is Up My Felt, which they can do as many times as they want. Here's my character sheet. Where is it, Echo? Where? Oh. That's like noise. But yeah, so and then that will start on the 16th and end the 17th, which will be fine. If we're going into the 17th, I think that's a perfect time to start cutting off incentives, because it will be going on for quite some time if that's at that point. We will be on hour 9 at that point.
Now, would this incentive be just for combat purposes, or would it be like outside combat purposes? Like, could
Oh,
they
no,
take control over somebody during like a conversation?
I absolutely think they should be able to have control over them in like non-combat situations as well.
Yeah, I was thinking the same exact thing.
I love the fact that I can oh, well, that was so rude, Rico. I love that I can have these notes for these incentives, because I can be like, specify which Muppet you'd like to control the other Muppet, or leave it up to the DM. No, this is for any scenario. Smiley face.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. That I could see all kinds of shenanigans getting involved in that.
Super excited to see how it all comes around and fucks with our lives. Um, so, as I was also saying as well in during Siona's time, and I will restate this every single time, we're going to be having a merch design, which will be the D&D campaign themed, which is going to have all of our characters as well as Jack as DM looming over us. Is getting done by the lovely Sue, and we're gonna have that up for the merch store for people to grab after the stream. And you know, all the money that will be raised after the Echo, you can join our group. Um, all the money that will be raised through that merch design, we're gonna go ahead and donate back into Extra Life as well. So that way, you know, if you feel like, you know, it's like, oh, but the shirt's kind of or the poster or the shirt or blah 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 is money. It's like, don't worry, the money that you would spend for that design will still go into Extra Life. So that way, it's still going to a good cause. Um, and then I will also be doing a giveaway with the design, so that way I can go away to somebody on Twitter. I'll probably do a poster and a shirt design, so that way I can go out to you guys as well. And then I will also be giving out to the players the design as well for free. So I will get that for you guys as well.
All right.
Yeah. So I'm super excited. I know Sue's gonna do some great work on that shit. I'm so excited. I but yeah. I don't know. I fucking stuttered and I threw myself underneath a I threw myself for a second. I was just like I don't know what's going on anymore.
I've been there.
But yeah.
I can't wait to see what we look like as horrific Muppets.
Oh, for real. It's gonna be us normally, and I believe I've let this decision up to Sue. Have us holding our Muppets as well. So it's gonna be just us cowering in fear as Jack looms above us while we just like holding our little Muppets in our hands.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be like a movie poster where it's gonna be like a normal looking like scene, and then like it's gonna be like a mirrored image below, like reversed as Muppets.
Oh my god, that's so fucking smart. God, that's a way better idea. God damn. I should have brainstormed this with people, but I was just like, I need to get this out, I need to get this out so I can get this done. But yeah, man. That is such a smarter idea. God damn it, Razzle. Sue's a fantastic artist. Yes, she is. Can we get a shout out to Sue? Let me remember if I can how
Yeah.
to do
First
shout
one's
out.
very good.
Is it underscore care? Here's.
That reminds me, I saw I saw this movie poster, and the prompt of it was take a movie and replace, or keep one character and replace every other character with Muppets, and it was Evil Dead, and it was Ash Williams like taking on hordes and hordes of like demonic looking Muppets, and it was amazing.
Okay. One second. Can you tell that I'm slowly deteriorating from being up since like 8 a.m.? 12 hours. I'm trying to think. We got your incentive down. We talked about your character. We talked about your past. What's the future for Razzle Gob? You know, how are y'all doing on your progress of entering the world of VTubing?
Actually, I just got an update this as soon as I woke up. It was kind of coincidental, but our
Hello?
our artist for our live 2D just got back to me with some updates on how my model's going.
That sounds fucking amazing. I cannot wait to fucking see that stuff because I've been so. I was like, I know I said this to you guys last time you were on OpenTap, but I fucking adore your guys' designs and I adore your guys' concept in general. And I just fucking can't wait for that stuff. Just want to cry.
Yeah, all I have left is for them to work on hair textures and then just expressions.
Hey, yo, that's pretty good. And you guys are doing a live 2D?
Yes.
Fuck yeah. God, I wish I could afford a live 2D. One day I'll have money. The elusive thing called money. Um, but that's awesome. Uh, as we are wrapping up your segment, do you have stop Dazzle, stop. Welcome to the chat, Dazzle. You're right on cue because you'll be coming up here soon. But do you have anything that you would like to plug, Dan or Riaz? Anything you want to plug? Stop. Why is everybody throwing stuff at me?
Oh, not at the moment, but I'm sure pretty soon in the works. Our debut is right around the corner, so we'll probably be chilling out hard for that whenever we get around to it.
Mhm. And I know Dazzle told me about this. I believe she said that you were working on your guys' overlays yourself.
I made some like template overlays, but we actually found an artist to do those, and we actually have those finished.
Nice, nice, nice. Well, hey, that was pretty fucking cool. Let's see. All right. Y'all want to wrap here? Take a small break and then come back for open tap again.
Sure.
Well, hey, Razzle, thank you very much for. I don't have any more water, Deli. Maybe drink it all. Um, that's also why I need to take a rapid house. I need a pee. um, but thank you very much for the joining us here on our open tap stream. I enjoyed having you here, and I can't wait to have you on our D&D game.
I absolutely. I'm glad I was able to provide an extra incentive.
Hell yeah. And you know, we might look back on those incentives that you were posting in chat and might do some of those too. I don't know about giving Sienna her own one shot. But hey, it might be in the cards. Might be a little bit more expensive than that.
I'm
But
sure none of these will have horrible repercussions for me, but
oh yeah, most definitely. I know me and Jack need to still work on our reworking because we spoke about reworking the old Wild Magic table, so we might work on some of that here in the coming days too. Like yeah. But thank you very much for joining us. I'm gonna go ahead and throw us on BRB here in just a second. And we're gonna go ahead and take a small break so that way I can use the bathroom. We can get everybody in here as needed. And yeah, for the time being, I realize now that my thing isn't updating, so that's fucking amazing. So give me like 2 seconds. There we go. Okay, cool. Um, but yeah, see you guys here in a little bit. We're gonna take a small break. Bye bye. Bye bye. Unmute myself. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Open Tap. I should probably put my phone back on.
A little bit easier that way.
A little bit easier. I'm just gonna stare downwards into the abyss. Give it a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna take the second to turn on. God damn it. God damn it, Jimmy.
Sue's doing it right. Throwing something at you right as soon as you get your camera back.
Okay, look at that big head mode dazzle up on the screen. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Open Tap stream. My name is, I guess it is the Goblin. And we are joined back once again with Jack Reckham. Jack Reckham, say hi.
Oh, how's it going?
Oh wow, that was so enthusiastic.
Did you want me to be more enthusiastic? I mean, I could like turn it up to 12.
Nah, it's fine.
It's going great.
God damn. We are also now joined by the lovely and only Dazzlegob. Say hi, Dazzlegob.
Hello, everyone.
Now, diving into today's topic, today we're going to be talking about some D&D. No, not going to make that joke. Dungeons and Dragons, good stuff like that.
Not Diz and Dazzle, like.
Diz and Dazzle.
Diz and Dazzle.
Yeah, that kind of worked out. Diz and Dazzle.
Yeah, that's a
And
double.
it's gotta be like DDJ, Diz and Dazzle Jack.
Dino DNA. D&D, these nuts. God, glad to see Lily's here. Hi, Lily. Welcome to the chat.
Lily.
She's prepping herself before she comes on as well. So yeah. Hi, welcome. First question we're gonna start off. We're gonna go with in chronological orders. This is your first D&D game.
Yeah.
It's like, and I know we've already made you a character for a different D&D game, but we'll get there when we get there.
Exactly.
But it's still the mother of the Muppets has arrived. Yes, she has.
The mother of Muppets.
That's why we're ending with the mother.
We have to look good in front of her, you guys. We have to
Fix my fucking hair real quick.
gotta be tame.
I must be tame.
I can see Lily just like, fix your hair, Diz. Like, Mama didn't, teach you to be this way.
Papa taught you to be better than this.
Were you raised in a barn?
Kind of. I mean, Diz was.
There you go. And that's, the rustled hair,
Yeah, that's why my hair's just a fucking mess. But yeah, no. So this is your first game, and like I said, we already made you a character for a different game. But like I said, we'll get there. We'll get there. But how are you feeling going into this being your first game? Like, I was like, I know this is a very unconventional first game, but wondering how you're feeling about it.
Oh, of course. Well, it's funny because I would rave to my friends about like, oh, like we should play D&D one day and so on and so forth. And then it'll be like 3 years and then it'll be like 4 years and we just never get around. I think we just had difficulties like finding a DM, you know? So I'm really glad that, I came across you guys. And then especially since you guys are more experienced in D&D. And also it's like also kind of makes me nervous at the same time because I'm like, oh, I don't want to look stupid and like in front of you guys, if I don't know what I'm doing. But
Hey.
yeah, I'm excited and nervous at the same time. I'm both. But I'm also feel a little more confident because I am familiar with playing board games in general. So I think like my experience playing board games will kind of help me kind of pick up the mechanics for D&D. And just like this week, I was just like looking up like resources and content. I'm like, how to play D&D and so on and so forth. And D&D Beyond is very resourceful. I'm really glad that you share that resource with me. It makes it
Not
very
sponsored.
convenient. Not sponsored.
God, I wish.
Yeah, right. Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be really dope. But yeah, and just like just reading through all the learning materials, it makes me feel more confident that it doesn't sound too bad, and like if I don't know something, like doesn't hurt to like look back, at resource. I mean, I do that with board games all the time. I'm like, am I supposed to make this move legal? And then I just go back to the rule book and see if I can do it.
Yeah.
So, and also I have you guys, so I'm sure if like if I don't really know what I'm doing or some sort, I'm sure you guys can like give me some pointers. And I know like I'm we've been friends since what, like, how long has it been?
Yeah, did you guys find me like right after I started? Because if it's that long, that's like November.
Probably. Okay, let's say November. Yeah, November. Yeah, it's been a while.
Mhm.
So we've been friends since November. Just our group of pals, and I know I'm gonna have a great time because like I'm very comfortable, and I know you guys are a bunch of dopes.
Yeah.
Who else do I play with? Oh
11
yeah,
years.
Razzle is 11 years, so so yeah,
So,
for sure for this. So
yeah.
he's an exception. Hi Fiona. So yeah.
Well, that's good. And yeah, no, especially with like this game, like you're gonna be playing with a lot of people. I think everybody in our game has played D&D. So definitely, if you have questions about something D&D, like mechanic wise, or just like, can I do this? Is this something I can or can't do? Definitely ask. Like, we're trying to make this a fun and enjoyable situation, not encounter, um, situation where you can just come in and have a good time. So, definitely just, if you have questions, just let us know. And that's what like tomorrow before the stream is gonna be for. And then as well as right now. If you do have any questions, like, just like, for how Jack as a DM is gonna be with you, then you can ask them now as well.
Yeah, I think Jack, I think I mentioned to you if there were other preparations I should do to make your job easier. Because I'm like, now that I think about it, I'm like, oh, the DM does all the work and he preps everything, and I'm just like, bowing to you. I'm like, oh, you're so kakui, So if
Kakui,
anything,
kakui.
kakui. So I'm just like, oh, anything to make you happy, DM. Like whatever I can make your life easier for this noob of me, So yeah.
Nah, you're good. Like as long as you got access to the dice, that you will need, and whatever you don't have, I know Diz is sharing through D&D Beyond. Um, so as long as you got access to the dice, that really is going to be good. Like, well, we'll explain everything as we're going through it too, and I think I mentioned before I'm gonna kind of like have like a little meeting before we begin, just kind of like go through everything, kind of like lay down how some things are going to go, make it easy, and then when you have questions, if you got questions, they'll be ready to ask. Like we can all answer that and help you get through that and make your first time fun.
Hey, I'm really happy to, as I told everyone else, of like I'm really happy to say that my first D&D game is where we're all Muppets. So, yeah.
Yep. We need physical dice. Is it good? I didn't put them in a packing box. Yeah.
That'll be your choice if you want to use online dice or physical dice. I'm trusting you guys as the players to like give me the correct numbers that you roll,
Yeah.
and instead of fudging that. So if I prefer having physical dice. I've got like 3 or 4 sets sitting here on my desk.
Like 1 second. I don't know if you can hear this, but
Oh yeah, we
that's all my dice.
yeah, I can definitely hear that.
It's my babies.
I am just having this thought of like this giant bag of dice like right next to Diz, and it's like knee high, and he's just like racking them up next to me.
He's like, which dice should I use for this one? That's honestly how it is usually, especially when I'm rolling. Because like for the D&D game that I'm in with the Jack, whatchamacallit, I definitely am which dice do I want to roll for this one? I said, which one do I think will be the nice?
Do you have a good luck dice, like a lucky dice?
Kind of. I have a dice that's been consistently giving me good rolls. Um, which is this new one that I actually got from a mystery dice pool. It's the one that I actually got a nat 20 on last game session. Koi
Nice,
fish
nice.
color themed ones. That sounds
Oh,
fucking
that's
cool.
cute.
I need more dice.
Wait, is there koi fish inside of the dice too?
If
Like
not, I
little
do know where to find some
figurine?
that do have them.
Ooh, of course. Diz knows where all his dice boys are at.
Ooh.
I keep different dice sets depending on what kind of mood I'm in. Like I have a, a set of white dice that have like little bloodstain paintings on it. If I want to
Ooh.
like if I'm going into battle and I want to hurt the players, or I have like a little for when we did last year for the big
Nice.
D&D stream for the pirate stuff. I have this dice set that have little tiny like sailing ships in them.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was really cool.
That's cool. Aw, man, now you're making me want to go and shop for my own dice online.
Dice
It's
shopper
fun, but
dice.
they add up quickly.
Oh
It'll-
yeah.
So, it's
You'll-
like
you'll
I think
blink
it's like
and-
the equivalent of getting cards if you're into like card games, and then you like open a pack and the dopamine shoots, and you're just like, oh, I need to buy more cards. I need more cards.
You'll
You-
blink and you'll be like, "Why did I just drop $200 on dice?"
I was like, what's going on here? Dude, my cousin has like the coolest fucking dice. He has these, it was a Kickstarter project, but it's like these dice that they light up while you roll. Like there's like LEDs in
Dude,
them
that's
and they
sick.
light up while you roll them, and it also digitally sends your roll to an application that you can download.
Wow, that is so cool.
It's the fucking coolest shit ever. I'm just like, God damn. That was a hefty
much-
$300 you spent just now.
Oh shoot, $300?
Mm.
Damn. Damn. I mean, it makes sense with, making the application and then it having to pick up what role it landed on as well.
Yeah. But yeah. So, what I want to talk about is your D&D character you made. Now we were making it all together so that way we could help you out while you were making it. Did not realize how stacked your character is in stats.
I didn't
Have
realize that as well until you pointed it out yourself.
I have D20 earrings. Each one is 3 actually
Aw.
D20s. Oh, that's so
damn.
cool.
They are pink and sparkly. So cute.
Fucking litty. But like, look at your point array. Like, you got a 16, a 14, a 12, a 14, a 10, and your lowest number is a 9, and you only have a 1 low number.
Oh, thank you. Is that I have no idea if this is considered good. I'm just going off of your opinion.
I think that's pretty good, especially considering the fact that when it comes to if you have to roll for literally anything, you're pretty much set.
Oh, nice. Okay, so I'm a pretty well balanced character, and I'll
Yeah.
basically carry you guys. Don't worry.
And
We both
you-
got it in the bag.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's going your way too is that I mean, you got like +6 on athletics checks, which they might not happen too often, but goddamn, if you get those
Oh.
rolls, because I mean, it's usually DM discretion when it comes to athletics, because athletics and acrobatics are usually like kind of hand in hand. It's either one or the other. It just depends on how you're doing it, kind of thing. But I'm sure you can swing anything to be an athletics roll.
Right. Who knows? Maybe I need to like jump across the river to go, take down a boar or some sort, from the air. Mid-air.
Jesus Christ. It's like just
Yeah.
midair boar hunting.
Or I don't know. I guess we'll know. I don't know where he is taking us for our Muppet world specifically. It could be,
On an
Uh,
adventure.
yeah, it's an adventure. It can be out in the woods. It could be in New York City. It can be in Seattle. It could be hell. Who knows?
God,
Yeah.
I hope it's not in New York City. New York
Oh,
City.
The giant rats will like take down mutated rats.
Oh my fucking god. But I think
At
the
least
other
that's what
thing.
I think. Oh yeah, go for it.
Oh no, it's like yeah, I have no fucking clue what he's got going on. Because the only thing that me and Jack have worked on, especially for this, has been like what are the incentives and stuff like that. Like the whole
Mhm.
entire like what we're doing, no clue. It's all Jack on that.
And I thought that's the exciting part because you're like, oh, I can't wait till Jack takes us on this unknown adventure and guides us through. I have
Hmm.
this idea where we're just kind of ruining like because there'll be like humans in the world or some sort, and we're just like pissing them off. It's like we're the game where you're a goose and you just annoy the crap out of people.
Oh
Some
yeah,
sort.
fucking Goose Simulator, where the fuck it's called.
Yeah, it's like yeah,
Fuck.
yeah.
Untitled Goose Game.
Yeah, that
The
one.
Untitled Goose Game. they really named it Untitled Goose Game.
It's fucking I mean that's how I plan on playing. I plan on being a nuisance to everyone's life except for mine.
Right, right. Oh, the fun that will go down. I'm happy.
It's definitely gonna be a fucking time, and I'm super excited for it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I know we've talked about it. But when coming to like picking what class you wanted to do for like being a fighter, what made you decide to do that instead of like making just another monk or making a barbarian?
Right. So I already was gonna be a monk in the other campaign that we're gonna be.
Hmm.
Um, and then between a barbarian and a fighter, I guess when I heard a fighter, I was thinking, oh, like I feel like typically they're like the most basic class. It's kind of like as if you're like creating your character, you decide to be like a human or some sort. So I'm just
Hmm.
like, I'm a newbie. I should start from the very bottom or something or top or what's the phrase I'm looking for? But
Just started from
I
the
feel like
bottom. Now we're
okay,
here.
yeah, there, I maybe. But yeah, I just feel like fighter. I'm just okay. I noob. I think I should start. Where everyone starts, like a fighter. You
Hmm.
know, and then if I feel like if I mean there was a part of me where I was like I wanted to be a barbarian, but I just like have like just go on a rage mode and just kind of wreck everything in my way, and just
Hmm.
have these glowing red eyes. I'm assuming that's what barbarians are. I'm assuming they go cray cray and they go berserk mode.
Oh yeah, no,
Um,
100%. That's how I
yeah,
play
right.
mine.
Oh my gosh! Oh, that would. Now I'm just thinking like, oh, that'd be hilarious if I was a barbarian and I'm like crushing like trash cans in the way or some sort. I don't know. Like I said, we don't know where we're gonna be. But yeah, I just feel like fighter seems like the appropriate class to start with for any beginner.
Oh
And
yeah.
after doing some more research, I was like, oh yeah, this is pretty. I think it's a good way to because you get you can basically kind of like pick up and correct me if I'm wrong. You can kind of pick up um like the bow and arrow, like any kind you kind of pick up any like style of fighting
Oh yeah.
potentially. They have that flexibility. There you go. That was the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Flexibility of like anything. So I'm like, oh, I can like basically like dabble in everything and kind of get a feel of like what I like and such. So yeah.
Yeah. And that's honestly like one of the great things about fighters and I really kind of touched base with it on the one of my characters I've made for a D&D game where like fighters are just they're good when it comes to getting just extra shit for themselves. Because you can really, especially if you're just grabbing feats instead of like ability increases, you can basically
Mm-hmm.
just grab a fighting initiate every single time you get a feat and then just make yourself the most versatile fighter there is. And honestly, it's pretty freaking broken. You can make a pretty broken fighter, honestly. Because I'm looking at your character sheet. That's gonna another thing we're gonna be doing is just pulling up your character sheet and looking at it. Um,
Hey.
so I'm looking at it and remembering that we picked up a fighting initiate for you, so you can do blind fighting. So you have blind sight,
Yay.
which is pretty sick nasty, especially if you're fighting against invisible people. Um, but that stuff is going to be that adds more versatility to your character. So while you're still learning like the game and the class and all that kind of stuff, it just gives you more options to Like they're not like super extensive things to worry about. It just gives you a lot of like smaller things that you can like dabble into, so that way when you like work on your maybe your next character, you can like, you know, get a better understanding of what to expect while going into it, rather than, you know, it's like you only handle a small handful and then another small handful. You're sampling basically everything at the same time.
Right, right. That's why I love that it's so versatile in that
Mhm.
way.
Which is a fucking lady titty. And you're also doing a freaking I can't remember the name of it. It's a Psy Warrior, I think.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
inspired by Raven from Teen Titans because I'm like, I want to have telekinetic powers. It sounded like that actually to me, but yeah, Sky Warrior.
There's some pretty cool stuff. And I actually messed with one of those with I think it was the first one shot I did with you, Jack. Um
Aww.
where I had them all doing like a combat whatchamacallit? A combat PvP one shot.
Yeah.
And I think the character I played in the first one was a character who could basically use that psi ability to just teleport around and
Ooh.
just be like all over the fucking place, because you have that telekinetic movement where I believe you throw a telekinetic
Right.
knife and then you can just
Mm-hmm.
teleport to that location. It's like a huge distance too.
Right, right.
So that's gonna be really fucking nice for you. And honestly, Side Warrior is a pretty decent one to have because it gives you a whole bunch of options to really flavor how you're fighting, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, and like what we say in what way would you say it provides different flavors?
So, especially with you, because I see that your fighting style is dueling, which is going to give you that +2 bonus if you're only using one weapon, which I believe you are only using it,
Yes. It's a
which
2+ bonus for one weapon.
that's making your +6 a +8. Which
Right.
means that if you roll anything lower than a 10, like you might hit them still no matter what. But if you're rolling anything higher than a 10, 9 times out of 10 you're going to fucking hit them.
Okay, I see. And is it pretty, would you say the chances are pretty common to roll over 10? I guess what are like the numbers that are like
So,
common to roll?
I mean, it has the same probability for everything because all of it is on a d20 roll.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a 1 in 20 chance that you'll hit any of the dice numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, there are people like Razzle was talking about earlier who would consistently roll bad during situations where he shouldn't be rolling bad.
Right.
Um, so I mean, there's people who have terrible luck when they're rolling, and there's some people who have amazing luck where they're rolling, where they're constantly rolling high numbers. So it's
Mm-hmm.
kind of just all over the place. But like, you know, 10 is your middle ground because that's in between the 1 and
Yep.
20. So as long as you're just over that high middle ground, you're pretty much
Right.
set.
Okay, cool, 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 cool. And then can you sorry, this might sound like a dumb question, but can
Hey, there's
you
no dumb
roll
questions.
multiple? It's just a dumb question. Can you roll multiple, like, let's per se, like, can you roll multiple d20 dice or d12s, like, or you only like typically you only roll one of the dice?
Um, Typically in a normal scenario, it just depends on what the roll is. So if you're rolling to hit something or you're rolling to do a skill check, 9 times out of 10, you'll only be rolling one dice. But sometimes you'll, excuse me, sorry. Sometimes you'll roll two dice, but that's usually only if you have advantage or disadvantage. And if
Okay.
you have and this is a good example. If you go to your character sheet, you have advantage on stealth. Which basically means that whenever you have to make a stealth roll, you'll roll two d20s, and then you'll take the higher of the two.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's really nifty.
So if we rolled a stealth dash twice, let's see. We rolled a 4 and a wow, that's terrible two rolls. Um a 1 and a 4, but you would take that higher number, which is a 4, which
Right, of
is good
course.
because if it was a 1, that's a natural 1, meaning that something extra bad would happen.
Oh shoot. Yeah, I heard that it's up to the DMs. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. If you get like a 1, it doesn't really do anything, or it's like really bad, or is that pretty standard in all D&D
Yes.
games?
It's pretty standard that that's usually how it goes. It honestly, it is that usual. It's DM discretion of how they handle the D1s and D20s. It's usually one of those for me as a DM, and then Jack can like butt in and say how he handles it usually. But me as a DM, I want to like reward or discipline whenever it comes to a
Got
1
you.
or a 20. So if it's like
Right.
if you roll a 20, that's the best you can roll in the dice. So I want to be able to give you something that goes with that. And sometimes then there's actual mechanics in the game where like for some attacks, like especially like barbarians, if you roll a 20, that you get an extra critical.
Dang.
And then for 20 for like attacking, you also get crit damage, which basically doubles, I believe, your dice.
Nice.
So rolling a 20 is always a beneficial thing to give out to the characters. And that's how I run it.
Mhm.
And then with day ones, I want to throw chaos into the game. So usually it's like depending on like where it's aimed, what's going on, and all that kind of stuff. I'll chastise that character basically.
Just impend doom upon them when they roll a 1.
Yeah. How about you, Jack? How do you usually run your D's?
Sorry, my fiance just got home. So as far as our as the D20s and the D1s go, I typically do, for the most part, if you roll a D20, that unless I say otherwise, that's pretty much going to be a guaranteed success in whatever you do. If it's in combat, it'll be a critical strike. If you're doing like an ability check, it'll be kind of like a critical success where you'll find out probably some more information than you otherwise would have. And D1s work in the same way, just in the opposite direction. So if you roll a D1 in combat, that's going to be kind of like a critical fail, and you can expect something bad to happen. Or like a regular ability check, it'll also be kind of like a critical fail, and you can expect, oops, I probably made the situation worse than I would have initially.
Yeah, and it's like Nervo can attest to that one because he
Oh
rolled a
yeah,
couple nat ones last game.
Oh no.
oh yeah.
So yeah, when it comes to rolling dice, though, back to that kind of rolling back to that topic, it just really depends. Like I said, most of your skill checks and attack rolls to attack are going to be 1 dice, and depending if you have advantage or disadvantage, it'll add a dice. And then when it comes to damage and stuff like that, that's when you'll add usually more dice. Like if we're talking like your rapier, your rapier is 1d8. If you were to crit on it, then you would roll another d8 as well. And then I don't believe you have any spells that have it, but a lot of times spells will usually have you roll multiple dice. So it really just depends on what you're doing will dictate how many dice you roll, but it will always tell you how many you roll.
Okay, sounds good.
Cool thing about D&D Beyond, especially if you're on a computer, if you right click on the number, because you know how if you usually click on a number, it'll roll that dice for it.
Oh, cool.
If you right click on it, it will tell you advantage or disadvantage if you have that for the roll, or if you're rolling for damage, you can roll flat roll or crit damage roll, which will do that extra dice for you.
Oh, you can even send your results to everyone. I didn't realize that.
Yep. I saw your roll earlier today where it was, I think, a 1.
Whoops, sorry. I was like playing with the dice. It's like, wow, this is so cool. I didn't realize you guys can see.
No, you're good. It was just funny because it was in the middle of the stream, and then all of a sudden I saw Duzzle Wuzzle rolled a 1. I'm like, what is she rolling?
I just realized the bunch of dice on the lower left.
Mhm.
Because I just been clicking on the bonuses to roll, and then I just there's like I didn't realize it was like a dice on the lower left widget, and then it also like brings up all these D4s and D6 and so on and so forth. So I was like, whoa, let me play with these.
Yeah, I mess with that a lot, especially whenever I get a new digital dice.
Better to get the nat ones out of the way, there before the actual game.
Ah, damn it! I should have done that today. I should have had people. I should have had people roll a d20 on their predictions of how the game's gonna go.
That's been fun. Is that typical
No, it was just something fun I wanted to do where like as you guys come on for the interviews to have you guys roll a d20 to see how it's quote unquote predicting the game will go. Because that's how I'll usually like before I start a D&D game, like with Jack and all them, I'll roll a d20 to see how I do it. Do it, Razzle. Tell me what you get.
You mean
Siona, if you're fuck, Razzle. God, it's every time. It's every time. It's just the Azzle.
We're twins. It's okay. We get it. We get it. We're twins.
Siona, if you're still listening in chat, do the one as well. You got an 11. That's pretty average. I'm gonna do one real quick to see what I roll.
Damn, I got one.
You got a 1?
Where's
Jeez. Well, I got a 9. Siona, if you're in chat and can still hear me, you can roll yours. Fucking god.
Did you get a 1 too?
No, she got a nat 20. Yeah, Lily, go ahead and wait to do yours until you come on.
Damn. Hey, Siona's she's gonna carry us, I guess. It's not me. I'm gonna mess up.
Yeah.
I rolled 2, just to see what I would get.
Yeah.
And I will say I rolled twice as high as Dazzle here.
So a 2?
You got a 2?
Yeah, I got a
You
2.
So a 2?
Is this a trick question?
Nope,
Is
nope,
that,
it was a 2.
Oh no.
Okay. Well, now that we're at the halfway point, we're gonna take a pause on the questions. Now I'm gonna show you the drink I have made for you.
Yeah.
Which I did post these inside the whatchamacallits, inside the Discord for you guys to look at if you guys ever want to try making these drinks yourselves outside of the stream. But I will just be sharing these on stream real quickly so that way you can see what I have made for you. So we have a drink. It is called forgot the name. Fruit Tingle. I picked this drink specifically for Dazzle. Specifically because it was a blue and purple drink. That kind of that was really fruity. And had a very interesting look to it. So what this is, it is vodka, blue curacao, lemonade, and a dash of raspberry cordial. And to make this, you just fill a hurricane or highball with ice. You add your vodka, your blue curacao, your lemonade, give it a light stir, and then you're gonna just put a dash of that raspberry cordial on top. And then the second it hits, oh my god, dude, it's honestly super cool because before you even put that raspberry in, it's just a pure blue, like light blue drink. But the second you put in that raspberry cordial, I was looking at the video, it slowly just shifts straight into purple.
That is so cool. And purple's my favorite color, so I
Yes,
was
I
already
knew.
gung-ho about it.
Yeah, I knew. So yeah, so that's how you make it. You can also garnish it with a pineapple wedge or a a cherry. Maraschino, Jack, Maraschino.
Maraschino, yeah.
Maraschino?
Okay. Maraschino cherry. A cherry. You can garnish it with a cherry. And I think, now that we're kind of like towards the middle of the whole entire stream, Jack, I also have a drink for you. You've already drank this drink though. I have the Love Martini. So give me like 2 seconds to get this put up on stream. But this was the drink that his mother was making for us while I was out there a couple weekends ago. Or wait, was that like last weekend? I was there last weekend.
You lost track of time.
No, 2 weekends ago. My apologies. I have no clue of time anymore. But it's a Love Martini. All it is Malibu rum, peach schnapps, citron, or plain vodka, cranberry juice, 2 strawberries, a lime wedge, and some sugar to rim the glass. We didn't do the rim glass, but honestly, you don't even fucking need it.
Well, we didn't have martini glasses.
That's also the reason. We were drinking these out of those like what the fuck are they called? God, it's like you see them at taco bars usually. The metal like little mini tankards.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
I've seen them.
but to make this drink, all you got to do is cut some strawberries in hearts. You don't have to do this. You can just throw the strawberries in there. You rim the martini glass if you have one with sugar. Use lime lemon wedge across the rim to get it wet and dip the glass in the sugar. This is like I said. This is if you want the sugar on the top. You don't have to. It's perfect without it. Gently mix your rum, your schnapps, your vodka, your juice all together in a shaker over ice. If you like your cranberry juice to not be cold, and pour it into the prepared glass. And then garnish your martini with a strawberry heart and enjoy. Holy shit, dude. This stuff is so fucking good. Like, I will kid you not. Jack, how many did I drink that night?
I don't know. It was a lot, but you weren't the only one. Like everybody was drinking all of them.
Dude, it was just so good. I
We went through
like
like 2 or 3 bottles of cranberry juice.
Jesus Christ. Man, that was the best shit ever because that tastes like damn near juice. Like you take a sip of it, you look at it in your hand, and you say, "There's no alcohol in here," and they're like, "Watch me make the drink," and they make the drink in front of you, and you look at them in the face, and it's like, "Take a sip," and it's like, "There's no alcohol in here." Just like it's just juice, and it's fucking amazing. Like I drink that shit straight for like 5 hours probably.
Sounds dangerous.
Oh, it's fucking dangerous. I'll find out next week when I get my blood test back.
Your blood is literally love martini. It's all love martini.
Just a martini. Just a martini. But yeah, so that was a good time. But yeah, so if you would like to make that on your own at some point in time, you have that recipe now in the Discord. I would have made it today, but I mean, with how much alcohol mixers I was listing for everybody, I don't think I have that money. But I mean, I'll definitely make it at some point in time. But back to D&D. I hope you know this ahead of time. You're gonna be our tank.
I did not know that. Whee!
I don't know if you've taken a look at everybody else's character sheets, because
No,
this
I
is
have
something you can
not
do.
yet. Okay.
You're the highest health out of everybody by a long shot.
Okay, let's look at the other peeps.
Because you're the 112 HP fighter, and I think the highest person that we have outside of you is a 49 HP.
Oh my goodness gracious, you guys.
Lapsin armor class 13. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. Yes, I'm. But then I rolled a 1, you guys. I don't know, man.
Oh no.
At the end, Dazzle's gonna be like, "Man, that was great. I'm so glad all of us survived." And she's like looking around, and everybody else is dead.
Oh damn. And yeah, you are a 13 because you didn't put freaking. Oh, you've got 52. Damn.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, I was so close. But yeah, no, we're low. We're like half your health.
I will like literally jump in front of. I don't know if there's bullets in there. I will jump in front of the bullet for you guys and take all the damage.
It's like, please don't, you'll die. And we do not have that much healing. It's like, sure, Lily is gonna be our primary healer.
So.
But
Yeah.
like outside of that, we're fucked. It's like
we gotta keep her and me alive. Right?
it's like and Razzle because Razzle also has healing, not as much as Lily, but like a little bit there. It's mostly temporary HP.
I got you. Is it kind of like an HP that you can cast and it like grants like maybe like a gradual like heal of like I don't know like 2 HP points every. I noticed there's also like time in here. Like I would see like short rest and long rest. How it's like one. Does it actually take up the actual 1 hour, or is it just pertaining to the game's world?
So, no. So one thing at a time. What was the first thing? Heal. I wish it was healing over time. The temporary HP.
There is healing over time, but it's usually higher level spells like Aura of God, what was it?
Okay.
Mm,
Mercy.
I think there's like a druid thing too, where you can put a thing, like cast a thing where it will heal you every turn that you're in there. Um, but I don't know if we have that.
The healing over time spells are usually concentration effects, so even though they heal over time, if your concentration gets broken, then it won't heal over time anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. But what temporary HP is, think of it really as just think of it like a bulletproof glass. You know how like bulletproof glass is usually just like layers of glass on top of each other? It's just like, slowly ticking away at those layers before you get behind
Okay.
it. So
I got
it's just
you.
gonna be like a front of HP that will get
Yeah.
hit first before you actually start taking HP.
I got you. I got you.
So like if you had like 7 temporary HP, and you get hit for like 9, then you'll take, yeah, like overshields in Halo. You'll take 2 damage to
Ooh.
yourself, but you'll lose all your temporary HP.
My
Okay. I got
my main D&D character is a monk in a campaign that I play, and he's got this necklace that gives him temporary HP equal to half of his max HP, and so I boosted out his constitution as high as I could, and so he's sitting here with that like 160 something HP with that temporary on top of it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really crazy.
Mugs be
You
crazy,
can, you
bro.
can do some crazy stuff with temporary HP.
Mugs are crazy just in general. That's why I was like, man, why isn't Siona's character higher HP? But yeah, what was the second question you had? And it was temporary
Oh, what's
HP and
the
then
concept of time? Because I
time.
noticed that there's short rest and long rest, and I was reading the description. It was saying how like it was like, oh, and 4 hours. Is it like literal 1 4 hours in real time,
No.
or is
No,
it just a time? Just time the
No.
game.
you'd be
God
there
no.
forever if you did that in real time.
God.
So a short rest is just like a quick um rest out. Everything takes place in the in-game time.
Okay. Okay.
A short rest will kind of like just rejuvenate you right then and there. It won't recover any of the stuff your character will actually need to sleep for. Some things will only recover if you take that long rest, that sleeping for
Okay.
the evening, stuff like that.
It sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, I was like, a game would be pretty long if you're literally resting for like 1 hour real time, right?
Yeah, because I think a short rest has to be like 4 hours of moderate activity, not like
Oh
labor
man.
intensive activity to qualify for a short rest. And
Mm-hmm.
then a long rest is I think like 8 hours of like
Right.
it can be broken. It like you have to like I think like the max amount of time during the 8 hours you can like do moderate activities like what 2 hours, right, Jack, or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, and which is why usually whenever you do like D&D games where like you actually go through the day and night cycle, if you set up
Okay.
camp during the night, usually you do watches where somebody watches for an hour, the next hour somebody else takes watch, and then you swap off like that. So that
Mm-hmm.
way you only put an hour inside your long rest, which means you can do a long rest but also watch over the party.
Okay. So how do we keep track of the time? Does the DM
Jack will
keep track
tell
of the
us.
time?
Yeah, usually I'll
Okay.
tell you guys.
All
Yeah.
right.
There'll usually be he will always say is like especially like when it comes to travel, it'll be like it's like this section of travel takes this amount of time to actually travel that distance and such and such. Usually like if we're like it's somewhere doing stuff, it'll stay whatever time until he decides, okay, it is now this time since you've been here, kind of thing.
Yeah.
um any other questions you got? We got some more time.
Not that I know of at the moment, but I think those are like the questions that I came across when I was trying to um read up on resources on it in general and
You're
such. So,
you're correct
oh,
on that, Razzle. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
go for it.
Most spell preps are done during the long rest. Typically, they can be done within that 2 hours of activity that you can have within the long rest to get you ready for the next day.
Yeah.
So what's our spell preps? So you can't just like there's no okay, so from playing like video games in general, this is kind of like how I'm kind of getting a gist of like the D&D mechanics is from like video games I played or board games that I played. So is there not like a fixed mana that you can use and then you like cast it per se?
So, yes. And I will try to explain this as easily as possible, and I apologize if this doesn't work for you for understanding. But there is two different things that you need to worry about when it comes to spells. That is the components, which there's three different types of components. There is verbal components, which is basically you just saying the words that cast a spell. There is somatic components, which basically is you throwing up them hand signs to cast a spell. And then there is material components, which basically means you have to have a specific material in order to cast a spell. So
Oh, interesting.
yeah, for like higher level spells, like especially like resurrection and stuff like that requires you to have like diamonds and stuff in order a diamond of certain value in order to actually cast that spell. So if you don't have that item, you can't cast a spell.
Hmm.
Revivify, I think you have to have 300 gold coins.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then so that's the components part. The other thing is like spell slots and spell levels. I like to consider them like bullets. So the higher the level your spell is, the higher caliber it is, which means it's going to do more damage when it hits.
Right.
And you can basically take a smaller caliber and make it a bigger caliber. Like some spells have that where you can cast it either as the original level, some like say it's like level 1, but you can also cast it as like a 5th level spell, which basically just makes it stronger at being a 5th level spell. But you can't do that in the reverse order. Like you can't take a 5th level spell and cast it at 1st level.
Down. Okay.
Yeah, that's
basically
like
the every spell has like a starting level that they start out as, and you can't really
Yeah.
reduce the level.
Yeah, which is why like managing your spell slots is going to be would be very important. Like for me, take an example. Like I'm a wizard. I only have. Let me look at my stuff real quick. D&D Beyond, sponsor me,
And
please.
Each spellcaster is going to be different and have unique features to them too.
Yeah.
Like for a warlock, for example, they can only cast spells at their highest level possible.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but me as a wizard, I can cast them at any level, but I can only cast them a certain amount of times per level. Like I only can cast one 4th level spell. Which means like I could cast like my 4th level spell Gravity Sinkhole, and be perfectly fine, but I wouldn't be able to cast any of my other like smaller spells. Like I have a 1st level spell, or wait, I have a what level spell? A 2nd level spell called Immovable Object. I wouldn't be able to cast that as a 4th level spell because I already used it on something else.
So is it ideal to, because you're saying how you can essentially like level up like a level 1 spell to like level 5 per se.
Mhm.
So does that take up resources? Is that costly to level up spells?
No,
Or is it
it
better to
will.
just like get the level 5 or level 6 spells and use it from there?
It honestly depends on your situation. It won't use any more resources to cast at a higher level. So say like you're casting a level 1 spell that is like it has a material that's like super cheap. You can cast that at a higher spell and not have to worry about the cost of more materials.
That's why I'm thinking like, oh, it's more cheap if you can just level up the level 1 to 5 and doesn't use like really costly resources, right?
Yeah.
So,
The only
is it better
downside
that
of that,
way?
yeah,
Okay.
it's good to do that sometimes. The only downside for that will be is that like we were saying, like it depends on what class you are first of all, but
Mhm.
depending on what you use, like you will have less uses of those higher spells. So like I said, if I were to use like a level 1 spell at my level 4 slot, I wouldn't be able to cast any level 4 spells.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. Makes sense.
So, but yeah, so it's a really kind of one of those risk reward kind of things. Yeah, you can cast a less costly spell at a higher
Mhm.
level, but then you won't have that chance to cast those higher levels.
Right, right.
And now if you're like doing like a regular campaign, where you're like multiple days and you're getting those rests to get your spell slots back, it's perfectly fine because you'll get them back eventually unless you die.
So they rejuvenate your slot, or how long do they take to? I guess.
That also depends on what class you
Okay.
are. For the most part,
It's usually a long rest.
yeah. I know I can because I'm fucking G. Once per long rest, I can recover, or once per short rest, I can recover a 4th level slot, or up to a
nice.
4th level slot. But only one time per short rest. Which is pretty nice. And then I think it's like what sorcerers can do, or no, warlocks can like regenerate all of their spell slots at like for a short rest.
Wow, that's awesome. I want to just be sorcerers.
Well, I think it's warlock. But
Okay.
that's also because you get less spells that you can cast, but the spells you can cast are pretty freaking strong because you cast them at max level.
I see. Yeah.
But then you also have cantrips, which can't. That's why like if you're a rule of thumb for if you're like ever planning to do spellcasting, cantrips are your best friend because you can cast those as many times as you want. Those don't those are basically they're like the guns you get in games that have infinite ammo.
Nice.
You can basically just shoot them forever.
Yay! Do they do like a fixed, like, are they fixed damage, or can you like also improve on them?
Those
or-
It's a case by case basis.
like let me
There are
see.
some.
I
There are
have
some you can improve the damage on, like Eldritch Blast. There are some that don't move at all.
Yeah,
Okay.
like let's see. I have Ray of Frost, which at its base level only does like 1d8 damage, but because I'm higher than 5th level, I do 2d8 instead.
Lily can make zombies.
And Lily
We'll
can make
talk about your
zombies.
mushroom zombies when we get to it.
We'll talk about your mushroom zombies in a second. But yeah,
I love that idea though.
fucking, oh my god. Let me make sure something real quick before we wrap up. I just want to make sure I didn't fuck up Siona's thing.
No, did you ban Siona?
No, I didn't ban Siona. 10 plus a dexterity bonus plus another bonus. Plus a dex. No. Okay, so no. It's because it gets. I'm trying to remember where it is. 1 second. Flat.
Siona, I love you.
Love you, Sienna. Where the fuck is it? Okay, this one. So it's 10 plus strength, which is 3, so that's 13. Plus charisma, which is 2, which is 15. Plus 2 from the Muppet, so yeah, 17. She has the highest armor class, which is this will be the last thing we touch on real quick. If you didn't already look this up, armor class is a really important thing because that just makes it how hard it's going to be to hit somebody.
Yeah. Wait, what's my armor class? Oh wait, what's my? I gotta look at my damage here.
I want to say 14.
So slow. 14.
Yes.
Yeah, 14.
Spell focus will also play a role too, for certain classes because there's like bards, for example, use their instruments or expression to cast certain magics. It works to a degree, but like for some things where like they require like certain components, you still need those components as well. But yeah, so. Thank you very much, Dazzle. We're going to go ahead and put ourselves on break real quick. But thank you very much for joining us on Open Tap. I had a lovely time bringing you on, talking about D&D and helping you, figure out some things that you might not have already known.
Right. I'm really glad that you guys invited me over. We talked
Yeah.
about D&D.
I cannot wait to have you on for Saturday, and for all of us to play D&D together. Real quick though, actually, fuck, before I forget, we're gonna let you make an incentive. So I'm not sure if you were around when we were talking about this.
Oh.
But we have these incentive donations basically, right? Which are basically donations where if you donate a certain amount, it will cause a certain thing to happen in the game.
You want to explain something?
Yeah, sure. So like, say for $20, somebody donates $20 and chooses the advantageous behavior for Muppets. Basically, what that does is it gives it so that a Muppet of their choice will have advantage on their next roll.
Ooh,
Um,
nice.
which is super fucking helpful. So they can do a bunch of stuff like that, up to like $100 donation where we literally get a free wish spell, which can make almost anything happen in the game.
Nice. Wow, that's so cool.
Yeah. So what we were doing today is we had everybody basically make a incentive for themselves or for the team or whatever. Like Siona on her thing, she made a suplex betrayal incentive where if somebody donates $69, they will basically tell Siona to suplex somebody with no
That's
repercussions.
awesome.
And then Razzle made a donation which we aptly named "Somebody Else's Hand Is Up My Felt," which is basically an incentive where it lets one player take control of another player's character for an action.
That's awesome. That's cool.
Yeah. So we want you to be able to make an incentive as well. So if you can think of an incentive, we'll see. We'll run it by Jack real quick, and then if it's okay, then we'll add it.
Yeah, I guess what are some... I guess I wouldn't really know how to go about thinking. And
It's just
incentives.
something that you think would be cool to happen in the game if somebody donated, basically. Like there's incentives like where we literally have somebody can name a ghost that will basically help us out in our games. Things that will give us advantage, disadvantage, items, stuff like that.
You can even make a
Anything that can
donation incentive to have it rain frogs or something like.
Yeah,
Oh,
anything
that's
that you
fun.
want to suggest, and we'll add it to as an incentive.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yes, I got you. I got you.
You can have it rain confetti.
I know. We're gonna have confetti cannons everywhere. Basically, they pop
Everybody
out of
can get a
nowhere.
confetti gun.
Everyone gets a confetti gun. It's like Jack is like Oprah. It's like you get a confetti gun. You get a confetti gun.
It's just Russian roulette with confetti guns. One of them is an actual gun.
That'd be hilarious.
I will put confetti guns in the game.
Yay! I'll be down for confetti guns. Yes, yes. Let's do confetti guns.
Okay.
Everyone gets a confetti gun.
Okay, confetti. What do you want the donation incentive amount to be, Jack?
Why don't we do $10 for that one?
Sweet. And we'll make that one. Are we just making them like one-shot confetti guns? Or are we making them like something we just can carry as well?
One-shot confetti guns, and then I may have a surprise with them.
Cool.
Ooh. The real gun is so perfect. It is. It is.
Come on, Jack. We all just play Russian roulette.
Yeah, I know. Russell just wants to create more chaos.
I won't.
Because our Muppets creating chaos.
I won't spoil the surprise, but I do recommend you guys do not point them at yourselves.
It's okay. I wasn't planning on it. I'm pointing it at everybody else. We swear it only has confetti.
Sure. Wink, wink.
Confetti, I'm
Just
sorry.
imagine.
I won't spoil the surprise, but it totally won't be wild magic or anything.
Oh god, that's even better. Alrighty, it has now been added, so now when we go live for the stream, that will be one of the incentives that people can donate for. And as we spoke with Siona as well, this is also something that if you want to donate yourself for, you can too. Like we're not out of the clear to donate for ourselves. So if you feel like day of, like, hey, I want a confetti gun, donate $10.
And we'll explain this again on Saturday.
Yeah, we'll go in depth when everybody's all together before the stream, so that way we can talk about it and just go like, hey, yo, what's up? Let's do this.
Yeah. And then do we get a list of all the incentives?
Yes,
Or
I
do you
will.
guys
I will
do
have that
There
sent
will
as
be
well.
one put up.
Oh, cool.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and put us on BRB because we're running a little late. But we're gonna go ahead and put on BRB. I'm gonna go ahead and mute our my mic here in a second, and then we're gonna get Lily in here, and then we'll get started in just a moment. I will be straight back. But thank you everybody for being here. Oh my god, look at this dice. Anyways, BRB everybody.
cutting out, let me know, and I can lower activity.
Yeah. Let me see. Collabs. Let's get Lily Bells. One second.
Mhm.
Where the fuck is the thing? Reactive image. Lily petals. Sweep. Look, it's you.
It's me.
My
Wow.
God. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Open Tab stream. My name is Goblin. We are here talking about D&D, as we will be playing a D&D, a D&D charity event next week. Yeah. We're gonna be doing a D&D charity live stream where we're gonna be playing as Muppets, and doing some fucking crazy ass shit. Today, I'm joined by, once again, for the 5th time today, Jack Reckham. Say hi. Jack Reckham.
All right. Okay. All right.
Sure. As well as the lovely Lily Petals. Say hi.
Hi. Hello.
Alrighty, I'm just gonna go ahead and fix up the collab thing. I believe this is your link to your Twitch.
I am making a tweet.
I typed your thing wrong. How do I spell your name? Is it one L on Lily?
It's 2. LILLYPADDLES and then VT.
Oh, what was that last part?
LILLY and then paddle, so PADDLES and then VT at the end for VTuber, because it used to be Lily Paddles with 2 S's at the end, but then everybody was calling me Lily Paddless.
Paddless. Hey, yo, look at the Paddless.
So
Okay, well,
I changed it.
there we go. Okay, cool. I do have you now in the tweet command, or inside the message command now. That's cool.
Yeah,
We're here. Yee.
Yeah, you.
Yoy. So yeah, we're gonna talk D&D, about the campaign and all that kind of good stuff. So hey, Lily, what was your first
Yeah.
run-in with D&D?
Get the feeling
I don't
deja
like
vu.
Yeah, I don't like to think about it very much, just because it was way back when.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I could tell you about my first character. I played I was playing Pathfinder, and Pathfinder is a little bit different than regular D&D.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a custom class. I think it was called a shifter. That was my race, I believe, and then my class was druid. Basically, what shifters would do is it's kind of like druid wild form, but like, or wild shape, but like all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I choose a patron, I think,
Mm-hmm.
or not a patron, a animal that I liked or whatever that I wanted to identify myself with, transform into. So I chose a stag, and I basically like transform into a stag whenever fight way.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't do very much with that character. I don't remember even what the campaign was for, but that was my first character.
Wait, shift. You said shifter was the race, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think they're in D&D.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Are they?
yeah, I'm like 99% certain they're also in D&D, which is cool.
Oh.
Yeah, they are in D&D. They are actually the race of one of my characters I play.
Oh wow.
They are also the race of some characters in the world Diz is from,
Ayo.
Oh.
which could or could not be spoiler, and if it is, then you shall forget that knowledge is Diz.
Hey, yo, I
Not
just got some hard-ass
remember.
deja vu.
You do not remember.
I do not remember.
These
know
are not
nothing.
the creatures you're looking for.
So, Veranda, can I have the high ground?
Take my money.
Use your joint card.
Okay. I do have your screen up now, so now people can watch you draw that monstrosity.
Yeah.
This is
Why isn't it working? Okay, you know what? Whatever.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to get something.
You're good. Eberron. Yeah, I think so. Should.
We'll just.
Yeah, we also had like over
Read it.
$900 in it. A cute monstrosity. Yes, it is. But yeah, so okay, that's perfectly fine. With that, are you excited to? Are you excited to do this one shot?
Oh my gosh! Yes, I am excited.
It's like I
I have been waiting. It's like all I talk about at work.
it's like I'm gonna be in this Muppet one shot.
Yeah. I'm super excited. I haven't played D&D in a long time, and I haven't played D&D where I actually like am like excited about it. Or
Mhm.
not excited about it, but like I don't know. I guess I'm trying to think. Sorry, my mind's a little foggy today.
You're
Just came
good.
home from 8 hours of work.
You're perfectly understandable.
But yeah, I'm super excited. I cannot wait.
That's good. Honestly, it's hilarious because we always talk about this because you and this is commonly known knowledge that you are the mother of all our Muppets.
Yes.
Because you
I am
designed
Muppet.
every single one of them.
We were just talking about fixing Diz's hair before you got on.
Oh, what's wrong with my hair? My hair looks
Yeah.
fucking fantastical.
You know, Muppet Mom didn't raise you to be like this.
Anyway.
No,
Right,
it's
yeah.
okay. I did it on purpose. He just ruffle his hair real good.
It's like fucking
and then it's fluffy.
yeah. It's like I'm perfectly all right with mine, honestly. It's like I take privilege in being the first person to get the commissioned Muppet.
Oh yes.
And then I just love the fact that because I did that, we were able to get out everybody in our group to get the Muppets, and then it lead to this monstrosity of a one shot.
Yeah. I am honestly really proud of myself, one, and I'm also really thankful for you guys actually giving me the opportunity.
Yeah, no,
I really appreciate it.
yeah, it's like I've always said, it's like I really love your work, and honestly, like wanted to commission you to do work for me for so long, and that being that was my first commission from you.
Yeah.
Like to
And
have that and
I
be like,
still have
oh,
some commissions to do for you. I'm so sorry.
you're good, no worries. I didn't give you
I
time
have a
slots.
sticky note. I have a sticky note sitting on my desktop, and I see them every day, and I remember them. I have been so tired after home recently, but I will find time to do them. I pinky promise.
You were perfectly fine. Like I said, I usually with commissions, like 9 times out of 10, I usually don't have a timeline for my commissions. Like the only commission that I've ever since I've started doing commissions put a timeline on was the one that we're getting done right now for the D&D game.
Uh-huh.
And I felt terrible doing that. Where I'm like, I don't want to give you a timeline because I don't want you to feel like you have to be rushed.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know how long it takes you to do things.
I'm struggling with this mask. I don't know how to train.
That's gonna be a hard one. I already can tell.
I think because I have to keep the Muppet face. This
Just fucking God. Just get the mustache. God.
Mustache.
But yeah, with this Muppet campaign, I'm super excited for it because, like it's been something that like I said, we've just been talking about for fucking ages. And now
I
that,
know.
is that the fact that I'm just like, I need something to do for my 500 celebration, which happened fucking ages ago. But you know, it was also during a time I was just busy as fuck. But I was like, I need something to do for my 500 celebration, and I'm still working on it, but I'm working on a one shot like battle royale thing that is gonna be fucking massive.
Oh
Um,
boy.
yeah, I was talking to Jack. I'm pretty sure it's like 64 maps.
Oh yeah, I think I mentioned you mentioned that when I was hanging. I think I remember.
Looking forward to doing that. I'm like maybe 10 maps in.
Oh boy, you're
Yeah.
making this drag.
Yeah, it's funny to watch. But whatchamacallit, the other thing is that while I was talking to Jack about it, because I was trying to get his opinion on some things, because I was workshopping some new mechanics I wanted to work on and all that. He was like, "Well, why don't we do a Muppet one shot? You know, I've been working on it in the background. You know, we could do this." And I'm like, you know, that would actually work. And
Yeah,
then boom,
there we are.
and there we are. I went into my Discord and I was like, "Hey, yo, who wanna do this?" And everybody was like, "Me."
Well, we've
Yeah.
also got sorry, and I know it's quiet for a few minutes.
You're good.
We've got some fun D&D stuff planned for your Discord too.
Mm-hmm.
Like with the characters in Composa and stuff like that.
Yep. Which
Um,
I'm super excited for fucking exploring a Composa.
yeah,
Yes.
the map that I made for that and the whole setting and characters and stuff, I'm just as excited about as when I made um, the campaign that Diz first started in.
It's so good. And honestly, I can tell that it's gonna be a fucking trip going through all that and like trying to explore every single nook and cranny on there. It's gonna be impossible. But, you know, I'm a fucking do my hardest. Um And it's cool too because I'm definitely going to be taking that opportunity to be in that hometown of Diz to like show like what would have happened had Diz not teleported to the Outlanders. Because in technicality, that Diz didn't. Um,
Mhm.
so you know, trying to show what Diz was working towards in life, and you know what Diz's normal life would have been had they not left. While also getting to explore that life of I'm in this new place. What the hell am I gonna do now? And just
Yep.
rolling with those punches, kind of thing. Um, and having to deal with fucking old people, you know. Um, so you know that's time. Which you have no context for that, but it's okay. I want to do like a mini series where I talk about what happens in the D&D games. Um, but that will be a later topic. Um, I also need to start taking like notes religiously again. But I haven't been able to lately because I showed a picture to the whole group. But like my notes for like before we came back were horrendous.
Horrendous is an understatement.
Look. Uh God, I need to share it inside our adventure chat. But yeah, no, so it's definitely gonna be a fucking time. Real quick, because this has been something we've been doing with everybody else, and I feel like I'm running out of time at this point already. But I just want to touch base on your character that you made for
Oh
this
yeah.
one shot. So you were druid, circle of spores, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Was there a specific reason for you to decide on that class?
Um. Well, I think it was something to do with I was looking at the Fae items because I was something with the Fae, and then I had to get like a trinket, a random Fae trinket,
Mm.
and I got the smoking pipe, and I was like, wouldn't it be funny if mushroom and you know because the circle of spores has to do with creation and like
Mm-hmm.
life and death, and
Mhm.
I am your creators technically. So
Sure.
I feel like that would like kind of like that time kind of tied in with it. So
Mm.
that was kind of my reasoning for it.
Gotcha. And now your skills and your like just points in general are pretty like pretty evenly spread out. You're pretty much positive in literally everything.
Yeah.
But you definitely excel in other places rather than some.
Oh
Um
yeah.
you're pretty much our wisdom go-to with those
Yeah.
+6 in medicine and survival as well as animal handling.
Oh yes.
So I mean, hey, at least you're not Jack and Diedrich during my game that I was running where they had to do an animal handling check every fucking time for their horse because it was a notorious horse to run away
Oh.
because that's all they could afford. Um,
Yeah.
but as like you're pretty evenly spread. I just know that whatchamacallit, when it comes to dex and intelligence, that's where you're gonna be a little bit lacking.
Yeah. I think that's okay though. I like making more balanced characters that have like some weakness but also strengths as well,
Mm-hmm.
rather than just like being strong in all areas. So that just kind of ruins the fun.
Yeah. And it's very nice to have that even spread. Let me see. I'm trying to look at your spells. I did look at your spells the other day. And I've noted this earlier today on the stream that you're gonna be our primary healer.
Oh yes, yes. I tried to get all the healing spells I could find. I
Yeah.
was like, this
Those may
one,
come in
this
handy.
one. Yeah. I think I did have a question.
Yep.
So technically, because we are Muppet born, and in the thing it says mending can heal,
Mm-hmm.
and I have mending as a cantrip.
Mm-hmm. So like
Does that allow me to just heal you with mending?
Yes.
Okay, so I can just heal as a cantrip.
Yep. You can heal the cantrip, and that is inherently broken.
which
Okay,
I
good.
which I was gonna ask as well because I was thinking about grabbing that when I was grabbing my cantrips and stuff because I could also grab mending.
Yeah.
Is that because I only knew because like the feature says that like at least for and it's like and I'm totally fine with infinite fucking healing. But that using like mending would be like a one-time thing per like long rest.
Hmm.
But Jack, if you want to just be like heal up kind of thing, if we're gonna need it a lot, I'm all for it.
I'll keep that in mind.
Laughs in DM.
all I know is like actually did I take mending? I'm pretty sure I took mending somewhere.
This is so
Um,
cursed.
and so that means we have 3 people who have mending. So we have you who is our innate healer, Razzle who has healing, like healing spells and mending. I have mending as well. Um, and then everyone gets mending off the gate for just being a
Yay.
Muppet. Which is pretty fucking broken. But hey, yeah, it's just a theory. A game theory. I will say your initiative bonus is non-existent.
Oh no, yeah, no, I will probably be going last, which is fine with because I will be the one to heal anything that happens. So I'll
Yeah,
just
we're
be
just
like, okay,
slowly.
everybody, fresh start. Here we go.
Lonely. And as Razzle said, we're slowly just gonna become worse and worse. Jesus Christ. And your armor class is also pretty low comparative to everybody. Which is gonna be a very interesting time with
Yeah,
how low our health
but
pools are.
yeah, I have Circle of Spores, so if anybody gets within 10 feet of me, they will take damage. What is the? I have. Let me. This does.
Oh, he just knocked over his water bowl. God dang it.
Oh yeah. You can use your reaction to deal 1d6 necrotic damage to one creature you can see when it moves into a space within 10 feet of you, or starts its turn there. If it fails a con save. So
Not me. I'm right.
it has to save itself with a con saving throw, or it takes.
Oh my god. You can also gain 28 temporary HP.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's with Oh, what was that?
That's a symbiotic entity.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Jesus.
And then I do have a summon Fae as well, which I don't know if I'm gonna fully use because if I were to summon Fae, it would be Mr. Pickle, obviously.
It would be pickles.
But it's concentration and like I think it leaves me like completely, and I think it requires something as well that I don't have. A gilded flower worth at least 300 gold pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, and me no have that.
I mean, hey, ask
Which is
Jack.
fine.
Maybe he'll let you.
For which spell again?
Summon Fae.
I would say since this is a one shot, I would probably give you the components for one cast of that.
One cast? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you call forth
Oh,
the
bitches.
Fae spirit manifests.
I feel like Mr. Pickles could make an appearance.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh goodness. Bless you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. As we wrap up with pickles, we're transitioning into the halfway point of your interview, which means we get to show you the drink we have prepared for you.
Might the wink.
Y'all
Is it a Mr.
blink.
Pickles flavored?
God, I should have thought about that, but I did not.
Frog drink. It's just swamp water.
Man, look at this fucking water. No, because I had spoken to you already, and I know that you're
Yes.
unable to drink.
Yes.
So instead, we're gonna have you, have this Virgin Long Island iced tea.
Ooh.
Oh
I
my
love
god!
tea.
I hope you do because it's tea. So this Virgin Long Island iced tea requires 12 teaspoons of English breakfast loose leaf tea.
Oh, English breakfast is good.
Yeah, I actually had an English breakfast a good handful of times back when I used to work at Starbucks. Some apple
I
cider
will-
vinegar.
Oh, sorry. I just saw chat. Razzle, I absolutely will do a voice if you consult your Muppet aunt.
Oh, sweetie, you might be dying. Some ginger beer, ice, lemon juiced, plus 1 lemon sliced, as well as sprig of fresh mint. Let me grab the actual recipe where I can actually fucking see it real quick. Where is it? Boy.
Baba.
Boy. Let me zoom in so I can actually read this fucking screen. Okay, so with your ingredients, you're also going to need a tea infuser as well as a 2-liter jug. This is going to make a lot of Long Island.
Oh boy, I am ready.
So what you're going to do is you're going to put your tea in that infuser, and you're going to half fill the jug with boiling water and infuse for 4 minutes, then remove the infuser and leave it to cool for an hour. It's going to take also a while to make this. You're going to add apple cider vinegar, ginger beer, and lemon juice to the cool tea and top with ice. Stir that bitch, and then decorate with lime slices and fresh mint, and you will have yourself a Virgin Long Island iced tea.
I can confirm the instructions do say stir that bitch.
Can't confirm. Stir that hoe. So yeah, that's your Long Island iced tea. It is going to be on Discord, so if you do want to try making it at some point in time, feel free to. And yeah, I feel like that was the cheapest drink I could have just bought and then made myself. But I was also lazy, so you know.
No worries.
I will make it at some point in time, and then I will give my review on stream at some point in time as well. But when it came to, especially when it came to picking out drinks, I wanted to either make it something that you guys liked, or make it something that whatchamacallit, make it something that you could see yourself drinking, or make it something that I thought of you for, like with not Echo, sorry, with Dazzle and Razzle. I wanted something that like I thought of them when I found the drinks. But for you specifically, I wanted to make it something that you could actually drink.
Yeah.
So yeah, and that's where we got for that. So quick words about what's going to be happening on Saturday. As you don't, it's like looks at camera. If you don't know by now, we're going to be streaming on Saturday at 3:30 p.m.
Yeah, 3:30.
3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's my time. And we're gonna stream for a couple hours. Don't know how many hours, but it's gonna be a while.
I promise it
And
won't be the 12-hour stream that we did.
it won't be 12 hours. But what we're also doing during that stream is it's going to double as a charity stream, which we're going to be raising money for Extra Life, which is a charity organization that works hand in hand with Children Miracle Network hospitals around the country, as well as in Canada, I believe is what she said. And the money is 100%, 100% of the money that is raised through Extra Life goes directly to those Children Miracle Network hospitals and helping them in many different ways. And making those children's lives better, basically. And so what we're also going to be doing with the stream is we have donation incentives. So I'm sorry, excuse me. Fuck. With those donation incentives, basically what you can do is you can donate set amounts of money to have something happen on the stream. So one of the donation incentives that we've made, for example, is for $5, you can speak to the Muppets. You want to speak to us? You want to say something to us and just make your voice heard? $5. But you can also type in chat.
I will clarify that is in game.
That's in game. That's not like us as
Oh.
people. That's our Muppets.
Oh, so we're just
You're-
going to be hearing voices.
Pretty
You will
much.
be hearing voices. You will have no idea where they're coming from, but they are there.
I mean, as a Muppet, I would assume that's just how my life is.
It may be the person controlling your Muppet, but who knows?
It's the hand that's in my ass.
Oh.
But yeah, so there's like a bunch of different incentives. We got like a bunch of incentives. But something that we were doing, Lily, is with everybody else that we've had on, is we've had them make an incentive for the stream. Examples are Siona made a suplex betrayal redeem, where for $69, if somebody donates to that, that we will they can pick whoever they want for Siona to just randomly fucking suplex.
Okay.
We also have Razzle's redeem, which was somebody else's hand is up my ass. I do have access to Muppet Twitter. Maybe I should have Muppet Twitch and TTS on. Jesus fucking Christ, please. Just TTS bot the whole entire day. We could put TTS bot in, and then that could be you. But there's Razzles was if somebody donates $25, and basically what it will do is it makes it so that one Muppet can control another Muppet's action for a turn in battle or outside of battle as well. So basically, like say like they donate and say, Diz, control Lily's next action. That I'm like, alright, cool. Lily, shoot yourself. No, I'm kidding. But yes, I could basically do whatever I would want, basically, because I was given that action. And then we also have the Dazzles, which is Confetti Funfetti. Which basically is everybody on the team gets a confetti gun. They're definitely just filled with confetti. Definitely. Oh. But yeah, so we have all those incentives, so I wanted to bring that up to you. Is there an incentive that you can think of that you would want to like add on so that like if somebody donates to that they can have that happen in our game?
Hmm.
What is it?
It can be anything. Like If I can make it work in the game, I'll make it work. If you want to see like a reign of Mr. Pickles, you know, or if you
Yeah,
want,
I was thinking like other something like
I see
something with
Dazzle.
Mr. Pickles popping up. Um, think. Maybe like he like pops up on my head for one turn or something like that, or just like for like a time and
Tickle me
speaks,
this.
pickle me elbow.
or like says, oh, or he like he pops up on her head and says a riddle or a joke and gives disadvantage until we solve.
Ooh.
Okay. Mr. Pickles
Mysterious
fun
little
time.
Mr. Pickles fun time. Let's see. Unlimited. We'll have this start the day of the stream and end the day after. Because that's also the thing. We're gonna try not to make this a super duper 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 long stream. If it runs anywhere after 12 o'clock, the incentives will turn off, which will just make it so that like they can't prolong our game. Because that's kind of what happened with our 12-hour stream that we did last year, is that we were doing pretty good on time. And then we just kept on getting donation incentives that just kept on going and going and going and going. We're like, oh, fuck. Which is perfectly fine. I'm totally fine with that.
Then somebody donated like $500 last year and like kind of threw a whole wrench in this manner.
I think I finished. Siona, if you're watching, yeah, I have approval. You still have your spoon. I give you your spoon.
Spoon is still there. But yeah, so let me see. Do we want the people to have the riddle, or do you want to find riddles ahead of time, Jack?
I will find riddles ahead of time because I'm notoriously bad with puzzles, and I don't want to have to sit here and think, what the hell's the answer to this riddle?
Yeah. Like they could be like jokes, like a simple like, why is a raven like a writing desk?
Do we?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna ask. Do we want Mr. Pickles to spawn into a specific person's head and they have to solve it, or just anybody's head and anybody can
we
solve
could
it?
do that.
Which
So
one?
it'll be like Mr. Pickles cursed on one person,
Yeah.
and he'll be like, "Pickle me
they
this,"
have-
and he'll give him a riddle.
Pickle to me this,
Yeah.
family.
Yeah, and then they have disadvantage until they solve the riddle. And he just poof goes away. Wow.
I already got a couple of fun ones I can think of for that.
Awesome.
Pickle me this, Mo.
Last year in our big D&D stream, it was very pirate centric themed, and I ended up making a list of like 1,073 pirate jokes.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And so whenever I'm in need for like a stupid pun or a bad riddle or something like that, I always turn to that list.
Yeah.
Guess you got me first.
And
Okay.
just to clarify, this is all going to be through Diz's end, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be streamed through Diz's end.
If you want to stream, you can, but I will be primarily streaming.
I probably won't, just because I want all the charity stuff because it's for charity Dreamland for you. So
Well, it's not going to go through Streamlabs. It's going to go directly to through through the Extra Life page.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to set up like charity donos and stuff like that, so I won't stream, but I will promote the heck out of it.
Hell yeah.
Gotcha. What do we want the donation amount to be for this?
For what was the one we had for the joke? Was that the $10 or the 15?
$10.
Let's do it for $10. No, let's do it for 15 because it's more than a
$10.
joke. It's a disadvantaged joke.
Haha,
I feel like
funny.
every joke is a fucking
Fail.
disadvantage joke from you, Jack.
It's hey, that's only partially maybe like majorly true.
Oh.
But yeah. Okay, cool.
I spent 10 of our 12 hours last year building up to a single pun.
Yeah, he did.
And it was so funny. My brother, who was one of the players, I thought I broke him. He was laughing so hard for like 5 minutes.
Oh.
So another thing, by the way, that we're doing, and I'd say this as well multiple times, is that we're getting a merch design done for the D&D game, which is going to be all of our characters together holding our Muppets as we cower in fear from the DM, basically. Real movie poster vibes is what I wanted it to be.
Yes. I give full permission to use my designs. Absolutely.
Sweet. So yeah, we're having Sue do that for us, and
Oh, I
get that.
can't wait.
We'll hopefully have that done by the end of the month. Once we have that done, we will have a sorry.
I love it.
There's a lot of Febreze in the, there's a lot of Febreze in the air. I know. But yeah, so we're gonna have the merch design, and then we're gonna do a giveaway of the design to somebody on Twitter. And that's also why I was asking for digital signatures, so that way we can put our digital signatures on the design as well.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Me with-
we will do that, and then I will also send out for you guys as well the a photocopy of the design, so that way you guys can have it.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
Am excited.
Jesus, Razzle. That's a dark move.
But hey, you know, as DM, I'll allow it. I mean, if it gets the donations.
If it gets the donations, I'll allow it.
I did get my first Twitch payout, so I might use some of that for donut.
Hey.
Hell yeah.
Well, if you want, because we're going to be wrapping the stream here in a second. If you want, I can go through some incentives real quick again. We did this earlier with Siona, but it's good to go through it again, and just so we can now see the full list of what we have.
Yeah. Sure.
So, incentives. For $4.20, $4.20, you can memorialize yourself on the merch design. Basically, what it will do is it will add your name to the merch design, so that way you can be a part of this, cool merch design that we're getting done. And then, like I said, it will be available to purchase on the merch store. And then anything that we make from the merch design, I'll donate again to Extra Life afterwards. But for $5, you can speak to the Muppets, like I said. Why is my thing not picking me up? Hello? Hello?
We can
What's
hear you.
going on? No, it's just my my VTube studio isn't
Your face.
picking up my face.
Where's your face?
There's my face. There's my face. For $5, you can speak to the Muppets. Basically, it will whisper something into the minds of the Muppets. And speak to them so that they can hear your voice. Be sure to hear what they say. Say beef if you want. Callbacks. You're scaring me. Also, we will have a $5 hydrate or dihydrate redeem. Look, this one's just a meme. You don't have to do that. You can literally just do channel points. But hey, if you want to really make me drink water, $5.
Or that's what that one should be. Like everybody takes a drink.
Yeah.
Stop.
Actually, I think that is what it is. I think it is everybody.
Everybody hydrate.
I'm going to be needing that one because I'm going to be doing a lot of talking.
Oh, thanks,
Oh, yeah.
Dazzle. I will hydrate real quick. We also have, for $10 now, a couple of them. We have items for the felt ones, which basically, if you donate $10, it will have Jack give us a random item that will be beneficial or cursed at this point, because now Razzle has spoken into existence. That could be a good or a cursed item for our game. For the next one, $10. DMs think that they're really funny. Jack likes to think that he's funny. So for $10, he would tell you a joke and try to make you believe it too. It won't work, but he would try.
It could or could not be a pirate joke. I'm just saying.
I'm just
Oh
saying.
boy.
For $10 as well, there is Hey Googly Eyes. I think you might want to look that way. Which basically is an incentive where if you donate, it'll basically have Jack show us exactly where we're supposed to be going or help us out in any puzzles that we might be trying to solve. It's basically just say, look this way, motherfucker. It's right there. It's right there in front of you. Kind of thing. And then our last $10 one is Confetti Funfetti, which I've already spoke before. It just gives everybody in our team a confetti gun. Like I said, it's just confetti. Don't worry about it. Don't look any deeper than that. For number 15, the first one is Pickle Me This, where Mr. Pickles will come onto the... Not come on. Will appear on the head of one of our Muppets of your choosing, and they will have to solve a riddle or a joke, or suffer disadvantage until they do. Our other 15 is You Shall Be Known, Get a Shout Out. If you want a shout out, be it on Twitch, on Twitter, on fucking Instagram, if you want that. I don't have many followers on Instagram, but hey. If you want a shout out, we will shout you out wherever you want, basically. For number 20, the first of 3, question time. What is the question? Ask us something. If we're comfortable with answering it, we'll answer it for you, basically. And you know, we'll take a quick pause out of the game and answer questions. You know, try to be frugal, knowing that, you know, don't make us uncomfortable with any like weird questions, or, you know, try to make sure that we have time to answer questions. Because if it's just everybody donating 2020, 2020, 2020, 2020, 2020, 2020, 2020, that's a lot of time taken for questions. We'll answer them. But yeah, after that we have Fate and Fortune. How will it play out? That's a me incentive. So I have this deck of cards. They're called Fate and Fortune. Basically what they do is it's a 50-50 deck where it could be a fate card, which it will be a beneficial card. It might give you advantage on something, a plus something to your roll, or it could be a fortune card, or I'm sorry, that was reverse. Fortune or fate. And then the other side is it could be a negative, like disadvantage, negative something to your rolls, anything like that. And that's for $20. We also have advantageous behavior for the Muppets, which basically means that for whatever your next roll is for the Muppet that you choose, they will have advantage on it, which is really nice. And then rounding up to the $25 mark, we have Somebody Else's Hand is Up My Felt, which is what we discussed already. Basically what it will do is you will choose 2 Muppets. That first Muppet will have control of the second Muppet's next action, and basically let them do whatever they want with that character.
Both.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. For number 30, we have Chaos Time. With the return of the Chaos Wheel, we will have a bunch of wild magic shit that Jack will roll for, basically. And have a random ass thing happen to somebody.
It's a special wild magic table that I built and tweaked and stuff.
It's super hilarious. There's a lot of really fucking funny ones. There's like one that we got during the 12-hour stream where if whenever that person saw something die to any degree, they would have to bury it.
Oh.
So
Oh.
the joke was, at one point, the cook was cooking a stew. Basically, it was, I think, a crab stew, and this person saw the stew and immediately destroyed it. It was just like trying to bury the
Aw.
pot and everything.
But they were out at sea, so they had to wait till they get to the nearest island.
Yep.
Oh.
So it was definitely a time, and that's something that you can look forward to on that chaos wheel.
Well,
Let's see. We have a $40 donation, which is gonna be like, oh wow, a nat 20. Which, if you couldn't guess already, it gives a character of your choosing a nat 20 on their next roll, which could be very great. It could be very meh.
It's like cheating, but for charity.
Cheating for
cheating
charity.
for charity.
Don't do that realistically. um, for $50, you can hinder a Muppet God known as the DM. For $50, you basically give the DM's next roll a nat fucking 1. That's really good for us most of the time. For the next donation, we have $69 for a suplex betrayal. Basically, Siona can suplex a Muppet of your choice for no repercussions necessary.
Oh.
So
Does
yeah,
it do any damage?
probably.
I guess we'll just have to wait and find out.
Oh no.
For $75, you can add a ghostly companion to our team, which basically lets you name a ghost of Jack's choosing that will get added to our team and help us out on our adventure. Like last year, we had Beef Stew, a ghost that helped us out. Or Beefcake, fuck. It was Beef something. I knew that. Beefcake. He was a pretty alright guy.
Just followed our Minotaur companion around, and his name was Beefcake.
It was a fun time. And then lastly, but certainly not least, we have Wish Upon a Night Sky. Basically what that does, it grants the wish spell to one character of your choosing. And that's for $100. Sure, it has to be within the realm of not basically ending the game early, but hey, you get a wish. So yeah, that's our incentives. And we will have this I will have this posted on Twitter, as well as in the Discord and everywhere else that you might need it. They will be live, like 90%, 99% of the incentives will go live the day of the stream. So yeah, I'm super fucking excited for this. We got
Yay.
a lot going on. I want the ghost of JFK so we can just do some JFK impersonations.
Nothing bad ever happened to the Kennedys.
Nothing bad ever happened to the Kennedys.
Allison here, you better let these Muppets go.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
I like your funny words, Muppet Man. Oh, I can imagine the fun times we can have with this.
It's gonna be a good time. But yeah. That's pretty much it. That is I think it. I'm trying to think of anything else that we need to talk about. We made your incentive. We talked about your character. And yeah, I think that's it.
The curse, Siona.
Look at the Cursiona. I'll chew on this nugget real quick.
Cool.
So, yeah, I think that's gonna wrap it up today. I mean, we've already been streaming for 5 fucking hours. Um, yeah, and then I have another stream in like another hour.
Oh yeah, you doing the
Cursed Nights with Lily Paddles.
me?
Oh, not Lily Paddles. Oh shit, fuck. Titty Goblin. My apologies.
Say, not me.
Me? Roll Raggy. I didn't know I was streaming today.
Lily was like, I just want to go to bed.
Let's. Okay, so we have. Let's find out who we're gonna raid today.
Hmm.
All the people that, all of my friends who were streaming today have already got off.
Oh damn.
Sunshine Tanuki, who are you?
I love hearing your cat screaming. Excuse me, serotonin.
Oh, they're doing art. Okay, let's do. Let's raid the Sea of Thieves person.
Hmm.
I'm gonna throw us on ending stream. And yeah, we're gonna wrap up this stream. Thank you guys, everybody, for who tuned in for these 5 hours that we have been sitting here, and talking about D&D and Extra Life. I'm super excited to have this Extra Life stream next week. I cannot wait to share it with all of you guys this week. Fuck. God damn it, they just wrapped up. Damn it. They just ended their stream. So we'll just go raid Gamer Goblin Gary. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. We're gonna be streaming again Saturday with the group that you met today. We're gonna be playing D&D, our Muppet One Shot Adventure, and we're gonna truly see how cursed we can be. I will have donation links and all that kind of stuff all posted on Saturday and throughout the day Saturday. So keep an eye out for that one. All we require from you guys is to just have a good time. You don't even have to donate. Just come and watch, and that'll be enough for me, honestly. But if you do feel like donating, you know, that's up to you. Anyways, we're going to wrap up today. So I hope everybody has a good night. I love you. I will be back in an hour for another stream. I don't even know how long that stream is going to be, but it will probably be a pretty decent chunk. Good night, everybody. Love you all. Wait, I should probably set up the read. Gamer Goblin. Gamer Goblin Gary. Alright, everybody. I'm going to mute myself.